a little single player. Although I think that was after the stream last time. I have not played this in a week. So let's just do the master volume down to like 50%. That's still quite loud. Hopefully that's okay. Nope, that's still loud. There we go. 20% volume. Crazy. Still haven't done the video. Let's get that going. Okay, YouTube should now be online. Hi, YouTube. Focus. And then finally need to bring in the YouTube chat so I can see what you lovely people are saying. Why are you telling me that this is Anno again? Because he didn't change title for some reason. I know I changed that. Because I do both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Europa Universalis. 5. Milan. Backwards. 5. Playing as Milan. Stop. Save. Okay, that's better. However, I still don't have the chat. Let's bring that up. It's in here. Pop out chat. Alright. I think we are almost ready. E5 likes to be loud, very loud. Yeah, menu music is loud compared to the in-game music in this. It does kind of feel like they need to do another round of audio balance. Because at the moment it kind of feels all over the place. So that is continuing with my Brandenburg game, which is not the one that we are playing. We are doing Milan. How far did I get into that? We're only a year apart. That's actually quite impressive. I feel like I've achieved a lot more as Milan, I've got to be honest. But I also very, 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 very nearly went bankrupt. That's fine, there were updates with Brandenburg, because I had no idea how the economy worked. And I had the same problem where I was doing integration and control in areas where the integration and control would never exceed the minimum. So it wouldn't rise above 0, even if they were fully integrated. Which I think is a satisfaction thing, which is related to pop needs, which I think we were doing a better job balancing as Milan. But I think that's mostly because we have Genoa in the same node, and they probably buy and sell a lot of stuff. Game is loading. Yeah, that felt like it loaded quicker than usual. And I have my water, but I don't have my tea. And I think... yeah, the water is finished boiling, so I'm just going to go and grab that very quickly. Am I reading YouTube chat, Constantinius? I am, yes. Hello. And I'll be right back. Tea! Okay. It was read it just takes some time with YouTube. Yeah, it's 2 different chat windows. I think it is possible to combine them, though I haven't really looked into that yet. Anyway, Milan, what the hell were we doing? That is a fantastic question. We've got the Western Schism, which is the religious struggle. We've got the 100 Years' War, which is still ongoing. And looks like they are currently fighting, in fact. We've got the Guelphs and the Ghibellines. We are one of the Ghibellines. This is the struggle between the HRE and the papacy. We are building up a lot of our RGOs at the moment. We just came into some money from what I remember. Our economy is actually way stronger than I remember. Why is that? I'm not complaining. Maybe one of the rebalances? That's possible. Or else because we haven't unpaused yet and hasn't taken all of the costs into account. We're also building up the gold mine because I think we have finally started to establish some control over the gold mining province. Yes, we have. And that should be earning us quite a lot of cash, which is lovely. Alright, let's go ahead and unpause, let things jig themselves. We'll wait until the end of December for the end of month tick. And now you're over there, Constantinius. Brandenburg is hard, almost no income compared to its size, and it's difficult to get the income flowing. New and struggle with the economic side in general. Yeah, Brandenburg is a weird one. Because their capital is here. And you kind of want to be growing over this side, because all of this is basically just useless terrain from the start of the game. And in fact, in my Brandenburg game, I control most of this area as well. I think the secret is vassals. We've started to do that a little bit here with Milan. We split these guys out into vassals, and I think you kind of need to do that with Brandenburg as well. Been trying to find Let's Plays on EU5 on YouTube. It's all been super cut short videos. That is unfortunately the way that YouTube likes it at the moment. Everything is hyper edited. Part of the reason I'm just not that interested in doing YouTube content, except for the streams, but I don't edit the streams down or anything like that. Because to be successful on YouTube these days, you basically have to have an editor, and they're not cheap. So you have to do a calculation basically on return on investment, and for me it's just not worth it. I did a short test period when I thought I was going to be coming into some more money through sponsorships and things, but those fell through, so I had to stop. And I just spilled a bunch of my water. Damn it! I'll be right back. Need a paper towel. At least it was just water that spilled and not tea, though. So now I need to be careful I don't drip it into my keyboard. This is why coasters are useful. Because most of that water spilled onto the coaster. My desk is getting a bit of a clean from this. Man, that's telling me that I really need to clean my desk. I'll do that after the stream, though. There are definitely full playthroughs out there. They just tend to be done by the much, much smaller channels, which YouTube just doesn't like to push as much. Or Quill. I think Quill might have a full playthrough. At least that's usually his style. I think I was planning to annex Cremona to conquer the east. Yes. Who are my vassals again? It's Cremona, Parma, and Piacenza. No, we were planning to go after Mantua. And we recently had a war against Verona. Is Verona a vassal? think they might be. They are. Interesting. Which I think was going to give me a border against... Who's this? Ferrara? Because I think that Ferrara is in the Ghibelline side. They are. No, sorry, we're the Ghibellines. They're in the Guelph side. So yeah, we needed to take Verona so we can start pushing south, which we can now do. And for some reason, my vassals, Cremona and Parma, are not on our side. I don't know why, and I don't know how to make them on our side, because they're my vassals. They should be on my side. They are absolutely Guelphs at this point. And, is there a way of doing this? When EU4 was released, there were playthroughs galore. Yeah, and that's how I learned to play EU4. I watched Quill, Arumba, Northern Lion, Shenria, particularly their multiplayer games. I thought those were absolutely fantastic. But you just can't succeed on YouTube with that strategy anymore. It just doesn't. Started a Lithuania game going strong with Remover, religion in Eastern Europe. Nice. Hey, DDR Jake. How are you doing? Good luck not getting Bohemia'd. Fingers crossed. Haven't actually played Bohemia yet. Oh, jeez. They've landed all over the place. Even in Italy. Wait, they're my neighbour. This is Bohemia. Huh, interesting. But I think that's because they are the Emperor at the moment. Yeah, they are. Is Bohemia one of my allies? I know I had some Empire allies. Some relations. Denmark are my enemy. Seems appropriate. That's Brandenburg. No, that's improving relations. Who's alliance? Which alliances are a bit clearer? Maybe I just don't have any because I have so many subjects. But I have such a massive diplomatic capacity, I'm not sure why that would be true. I certainly used to have a bunch of allies. Aren't I allied to, like, Venice and Genoa? I am apparently not allied to anybody. Oh, yes, I am. Wait, why is Alliance in red? That makes me feel like it should be an enemy. But I'm allied to the Pope despite being in their rival faction and to Genoa. I thought I was allied to Genoa. At least. Because it used to be I was allied to Upper Bavaria when they were the Emperor, Genoa, Venice, Florence, and the Papal States. Like, I was basically untouchable diplomatically. But then I switched my government type to monarchy. And a bunch of the republics went, nah. So we're about to finish up the construction of marble in Brescia. Gold mine's still going. Increasing control in Bergamo. In fact, how is my control looking overall at this point? I mean, it's rising, that's for sure. As we start to get more of these roads and things built up. And that is the next question, is I probably wanted to try to get a road Milan to... Oh, actually we did it via down here. We probably want to get a road to Bergamo and then Clusone. And I also eventually wanted to try to get a road to my gold mine. I mean, the road to Vercelli would be fairly easy. Probably. How do I do that again? Click on you, and then here, and then take a look. That would cost me a grand total of 57 ducats, which I could actually afford now. With increased privileges of the nobility come additional duties. They're expected to serve in the army as officers and true gentlemen. And actually, we do want aristocratic, because I like discipline. Let's go towards quantity, which I don't like as much. Still, I want the aristocracy. What's the goal with Milan here? To learn the game. That's purely what I'm doing, is just trying to get into the game and see what's possible. There's a ton to learn. Oh yeah, I know. I've basically got 2 games going on in parallel. I've got Milan, where I'm trying to be more economic, than Brandenburg, where I'm trying to be generally more militaristic. The Milan game is going better. Much better. Offer alliance from Austria. Austria's actually kind of getting a bit beefy themselves. But are they rivals with Bohemia? My guess is probably. They are allied to Limburg and Croatia. They have Gruyere and Scilly. Their rivals are Aquileia, which I think I'm also rival to, and Upper Bavaria. Upper Bavaria used to be a friend, but I think they've since turned their back on me. So I'm kind of okay getting an alliance with Austria. And I have the capacity for it. Sure, I'll accept that. What could possibly go wrong? Love your accent. Where am I from and where do I live? Well, that's a long story. I'm from the Netherlands, but I grew up in England, but I now live in Sweden. Control is still going. Must be forward for this. Although I was in the process... Hang on, how is my mutual hatred of everyone around me? Antagonism, that's the word. Somewhat high. Let's use the actual map mode, which is... What does it mean if they're in blue? None. Are they people I have diplomatic... No. Oh, they're people with high opinion. Because I used to be improving opinion with Upper Bavaria and Florence when they were still friendly. So my thinking at the moment is try to go after Ferrara, Romagna, Bologna, etc. Mantua hates me at the moment. So does Como. Wait, where's Trier gone? Or Trieste, whoever it was up here. Tyrol, that's what I mean. Does Tyrol not hate me? They don't. They actually kind of like me. Why? You're my rival. I thought. Diplomacy, current relations, rivals. Oh no, I had to get rid of them as a rival. I grew too big. So it's now Naples and Aquileia. So yeah, me and Austria both hate Aquileia. So maybe beating them up would be a good idea. Although again, Guelphs and Ghibellines, they are a Guelph. Oh, DDR Jake. Question. Do you know how to make your vassals actually join your faction? Or anybody. This is a general question to chat. Because at the moment Cremona and Parma are my vassals, but they are still in the Guelph faction. Whereas I am in the Ghibelline. Which seems a bit weird. They need to be loyal. I think they're extremely loyal. Yeah, they are. The only one who's not is Verona. Because Verona I conquered and vassalized as part of the peace deal. These guys were actually part of my country for a long time. I think I actually fully integrated them and everything before realizing control just wasn't spreading there. So then I made them into vassals. And at some point, yes, I would like to annex you. But I can't do that until... oh, only a couple more months. So then at that point, I might well try to get Cremona, yeah. I'm increasing relations with all of them too. You need to make them a full core, which happens they become your culture and with roads. They got roads already. So it's a cultural thing? I could have sworn there was a way of changing their culture. Manage subjects. Cremona. That changes the vassal status, that's not what I want. Subject actions. Yeah, these were the subject actions. I think they already are. Oh, you're talking about something different. You're talking about exerting control and stuff. Yeah, I know that. I just want them in my faction. They're vassals at the moment. Integrate Lombard. Claims is finished. Ah! Claims! On who? What does that let me do? I have no idea! I also have an empty cabinet slot. That's against Bohemia, which I definitely don't want to fight against. Which is that bit. This is Monteferrero. Ferrato. Still nothing there. This is Savoy. CB. CB. Oh, that's the new coring action. You're right. Yes. Of course, cabinet is not parliament. It's the cabinet, which is why I have a guy who's free right now. Duh. And that was the last of the integrations that I needed to do. So this is kind of the time that I want to go after Cremona. And in fact, it's June. So let's start annexing you. Wish to fully annex Cremona. There will no longer be another nation on the map, but instead be ruled directly by the local governors who keep population in check. Will take until December 1370, so 4 years. And during that time, they will get a resist annexation CB on us. We'll have the following effects. Yeah, that's fine. Meanwhile, I still have the cabinet slot. So the other thing I probably want to do is assimilations. Or maybe increase stability. Oh, I'm already doing that. I think... oh no, I'm not already assimilating. Are you a diplomatic person before I do this? You are absolutely... no, you're a military person. So our options are expel, convert, crackdown. Do I have any major rebel issues? Oh, I do. Nobility insurgents. Let's see if I can crack down on the nobility insurgents. Apparently not. Well, in that case, what if I just switch you out for somebody who is diplomatic? Like Bernardo. Who is also a pretty good general, but he's not our best general. Plus 5 stability, but I think that's okay. And then what I'm going to do is have you assimilate into Lombard. These are the places already Lombard. I don't quite understand this menu. I have this problem every time I try to assimilate. Into our culture. My culture is Lombard. Select the culture to steer towards. I want you to become Lombard. So I probably want to do Novara because it has a low percentage of Lombard. Yes. Okay. Well, that was Denmark. I was like, what the heck is Denmark doing over here? No, it's Savoy. Right, and I have loads of money, and I should probably be spending some of it. So let's go to production, goods, RGO builder, and build... Well, the gold mine's still being built, so I think probably more of the marble in Brescia. And then probably beeswax in Asola. No, hang on, Asola doesn't have the people to support that. Right! Black Death was a thing. Still going to do that because they'll promote. There are peasants available. Or rather, there are... Yeah, there are peasants available that need to become workers. I think that's the terminology. But why are you losing so much manpower? Because the army is still reinforcing. I think that's because of the battles that we had against Verona. They were pretty bloody, I do remember that. So a period of recovery, I think, is okay. Are there any buildings I want to do, or do I want to continue doing goods production? I mean, we actually have the Burghers available to build some of these things now. Hang on. Are there any goods that we need? Sturdy grains and pepper. That's remarkably little. But I think we actually just make more money out of the RGOs, because these are full numbers. So how about we upgrade Pavia's wheat production? We'll just keep on focusing the RGOs. They seem to be a good basis. Marketplace is always good, that's true. Yes, we could do with more marketplaces. And market villages. Alright, let's build a marketplace. Or village. Marketplaces. Which are they? They're only 28? How many burghers do they need? 250. So Clusone could actually get one, and it doesn't currently have a marketplace. That'll give you some access as a baseline. So I think I'm going to do that. And then market villages are another thing I'd like to just start spreading in general. Although they definitely make far less money than a marketplace. But I think they're also cheaper. 28. We'll get one of these here in Legnano. Well, okay, here's the rule. Whenever we have the money for it, we're going to make sure that there is permanently one marketplace, one market village in production at any time. Because I think I have the economy for it now. I have a sergeantry, yes. Heir to Palmer just died. Huh. There we go. Now we're making manpower. We've hit 100. Florence is growing. Some sieges going on around us. We're actually making this money with army maintenance maxed. It's actually kind of impressive. I feel like there's been a slight market rebalance since the last time we played. I do not remember making this much money. Country destabilized. Our recent decisions and policies have come at the cost of unsettling regional interests, and that has left a bit of a gap in local politics. Since there are no local potentates to tell them everything is fine, the people have started to believe that they are being badly governed. You know what? I think what I want to do is invest a bit more in stability. Go up to plus 0.6. We're actually investing really heavily in that. But I like being stable. Am I losing food? Probably because our army's raised. That is usually the case. Yep, there it goes. And then, just because I don't remember if armories are available now, I don't think they are. No, they're not. We haven't researched it yet. And the sergeantry we already have. Right, then the... Oh, you know what? The reason I had so much money was probably because I was trying to save up for roads somewhere. Advanced researched! We have now researched late feudal relations. Feudalism is based on the concept of the auxilium and the concilium, given by different ranks of nobles to their respective lords, creating a hierarchy that has greatly developed through the ages. Alright, so what on earth do we want to research next? This is the game where I was surprised that I hadn't gotten the medieval military morale bonus yet. So we should get the medieval military morale bonus. By the end of the Middle Ages, the land armies become more professional and well organised. Better systems are in place to support the mix of levies and professional soldiers that now dominate the battlefields, and the power of the infantry is slowly but steadily gaining on the cavalry arm. Doubly so, because our infantry are better being Milan. Right, and then we wanted to get a road building to here, 57 ducats. I will accept that cost. And then if I wanted to get a road from Milan to Clusone, it would go that way, and it would cost 266. Which side are you on? Bergamo's in here, isn't it? And if I wanted to get a road to Bergamo, you would just go that way, which is 96. Okay, noted. Because control is relatively low over there. Actually, 83. It's not terrible. That's because Bergamo is increasing control at the moment. They're displaying the maximums. They've changed it. Please tell me that's true in here as well. No. So they display it there, which is amazing. But not here, which is where you really want it. Well, at the moment, I think that a lot of our money is coming from Novara. So maybe I have you increasing Novara. Because this increases the max. And Domodosola is where the gold mine is. And look how much tax base that has, 2.8. So maybe I should do this just where the tax base is highest in general. Which would seem to be Brescia. I think Brescia probably has the most to gain. Let's move you over there. Yeah, see here, they display it. And now you're going to be trending downwards. So it's worth kind of building up to the max and then letting it slowly settle again. And just basically moving them around. Why did I choose the Ghibellines? Wouldn't expanding in Italy be harder because of the HRE? It's who I started with. I didn't change anything. And I think we've actually kind of evened things out at this point. Yeah, look, we're only just behind them. I think that's because of how strong I'm becoming in the north. Robber barons! The Burkers are concerned with great influence of the nobility in our state. They claim that many members of the lower nobility are disregarding the peace and laws of the land, using their position of power and the lands they hold to impose unreasonable tolls and taxes. Some are even said to attack and waylay merchants, robbing or extorting them. Representatives of the Milanese Burkers now claim that the economic development of our country is being held back by these excesses. So... we can have the Burkers lose some estate influence, or we can have the nobility lose some. Need to remind myself how these are actually looking. So the nobility at the moment are low, but they are trending higher. The Burkers are higher by 10, so I think the Burkers can afford to lose a little. Although, who's paying me the most? That's in here. Nobility aren't even at full tax rate. Burkers are paying more. But if you were full out, then actually the nobility would pay more. So you know what? Let's give it to the nobility. And let them recover a bit more. Although actually they are at the verge of being as happy as they're going to be. 1% power as well. Interesting. Neapolitan-Venetian War and the Salzburg-Carinthian War. So I can go in after Aquileia, who doesn't look to be doing very well. I could even go in after Naples, supporting my former friend Venice. Nah, war is expensive. And I don't have the manpower for it at the moment. Provence praises our conviction. Strong supporter of Bazas in the ongoing struggle for the leadership of the Catholic Church, Provence has praised our people. They laud the resilience of Milan and the strong faith we show in such unstable times. While their street words are obvious ploy to secure our support, it would still prove beneficial to us no matter if we openly display our support for Bazas or if we use this to praise our own agenda within the Catholic Church. So Provence and France come to really like this. This also gives me 10 legitimacy. I haven't really seen any use for influence. Because I do have a fair bit of it now. But it's not like you can cash in influence for money like you used to be able to, I don't think. Different terrain and vegetation affects roads and proximity control. Look at the different road paths for better info. Yeah, I know. Well, seeing as I don't have any use for religious influence, and legitimacy is actually useful, let's do that one. Right, and let's also think about this road to Bergamo at this point. Which I need to go to here, and then here, and then here. 100 ducats, that seems reasonable to me. Oh, how much of this money is because of Verona paying me war indemnities? None. Verona's just paying through the nose in terms of vassal payments, but okay. And yet you still have enough money for a university, apparently. Actually, I should probably build something like that. So I already have a royal court. I do not have an embassy, which increases diplomatic capacity. I do not have a royal garden, which increases prestige and diplomats. The mission is for colonial stuff. Monasteries provide literacy. Urban parliament seats, of which we have none. No, we can't. I don't think that's a thing you build. I think that's a thing that just appears. Trade office? Trade office is the upgrade of the marketplace, isn't it? No. What does this do? Oh, maritime presence, trade advantage, trade capacity. Oh, this is how you trade with other people. Chancery, that's another thing we do need to get at some point, because this increases the literacy. Market warehouse increases stockpile capacity. Overseas trading outpost is trade in other places. A wharf is sailors and ship construction. Library is cultural influence. Local max literacy. This requires books. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talking about like book shortages, which we would have. Oh, we've already finished building our markets. And you know what the rules are. One market warehouse, no, not warehouse. Market village. Ah, it's because I still have you selected. Get. That's still a market warehouse. What the heck? Deselect you. There we go. Market village. And let's do this by income potential, because a solar could provide us with pretty hefty. And then market place. So we have a marketplace everywhere now. So let's put another one in Pavia. No, you have a smaller max population. I'm trying to decide like where my market hub should be. Maybe Verona? No, it's on the wrong side. It should be Milan. Alright. I do kind of want to build a chancery. I think it would be useful. Qu'est-ce que c'est? 106. Disagreeing advisor, Bernardo Bruno, member of the cabinet, has been a faithful servant so far, but now he seems to have let his prominence get to his head and has become insolent. So lose legitimacy or just straight up kill him. He's actually quite good, so we'll let him live. For now. People of Cortanova, staunch supporters of Bazas, have recently clashed with Brescia, avid followers of Rome. We are pro-Rome. It's kind of annoying that it doesn't actually say which side these are. So Cortanova's supporters of Bazas, Brescia, supporters of Rome. So we're definitely supporting Brescia. Plus, this is my own territory. Aquilia is no longer a valid rival. Already rivals of Naples, aren't we? Yes. So we could rival Provence. We can rival Ferrara, who we do actually want to go and beat up on next. That seems to be a very good option then. And then as part of this, we should probably start spying on them. There we go. Build temples. What do temples do? Ah, literacy. Oh, and control. Yeah, we should definitely do that. Done. The one place where it's available. Meanwhile, my roads continue to spread outwards. So if I bit the bullet, built the road from here to my gold mine, how much? 192. I think I kind of want to pay that. Get that maximum control there increased. Are we ahead of you yet? We're winning! For the first time! Going from like 5% behind to now ahead. Huzzah! So we want to save up about 250 ducats and then build the gold mine. How is my trade coming along? I now have 14 automation, that's good. Which is being converted into what? 4.7. Okay. And we are just under halfway done with the annexation of Cremona, which will definitely increase our income when we have that, because Cremona is now actually pretty well integrated into the rest of our territories. One thing we haven't done actually is connected Verona. We'll do that after the gold mine. I guess they're technically connected by a river. Which I understand also has control ramifications and implications. Why do I have... Oh, Pavia is my capital now, not Milan. I'd forgotten about that. So yeah, Pavia should be where I was building the marketplaces, not Milan. Milan should be where I put my industry, and the marketplace in Pavia. Bernardo Bruno just died. Oh, I should have executed the bastard if I knew he was going to die so quickly. Right, who's next? So you're still doing the assimilation of Novara, which is a diplomatic job. So probably Azulano. Definitely. Even make you into the head of cabinet. Oh, that's expensive. What? This cost me money? Forget about it. Our relation with Naples is strained, and it suffered even more during the Western Schism. While our influence within the Catholic Church is not endless, we could leverage it to shift the balance to our side. We're rivals with them, so no. Hey! Medieval military is done. Alright, next up. We could get the peasant levy, which I think is probably what we want to do. I'm assuming that this is an upgrade of the previous levies. That's 2% of pops will be raised as a peasant levy, as opposed to... It's just levy recruitment speed. Don't even know where I would look for the levy stuff. Probably under feudalism. Right, and then we have a bunch of monarchy tax available because we flipped from republic to monarchy. Still 2%. 1 to 100 minus 10, 100. One to 100. Ah, they don't have the damage buff, debuff rather. So yeah, we'll research the new levy type. Losing all tech when you change stuff feels so bad. I lost quite a lot when I moved my capital to Constantinople and lost all the Asian tech. Yeah, I kind of wish that you kept the old stuff, because it would lend a little bit, I don't know, of extra spice. Like, we used to be a republic, so we have these republican traditions, but now we're a monarchy. So yes, I have to start again basically from scratch on the monarchy stuff, but I still have a couple of these republican things that I used to have. Though I can imagine that would be a problem with overwriting Need automatically updates cost me. What's this? Popular noble. One of our most gregarious members of the nobility has returned from a tour where he regaled the foreign courts with stories of our grandeur, not to mention spending handsomely out of his own pocket. Only a great land could create such a welcome guest. Naval estate, equilibrium, diplomatic rep. Nice. I do, however, still want to build my road. So now. Oh, it's the dream. We're actually connecting the gold mine. Are you the Roman Empire pretending to be a monarchy for the past 280 years? No, you start out as a hereditary republic, which I'm not entirely sure how that differs from a monarchy, thinking about it, because it's still dynastic. But then you become a monarchy through events. So the Neapolitan-Venetian War is still ongoing. Doesn't look like anyone's really winning. I think the markets and such are built already. So it might be time to invest in some more of those. We said that we were going to start putting the marketplaces in Pavia, so that Milan could focus on the production. Giacomo de Verme. Word has reached us of an exceptional condottiero in the service of our rivals. His name is Giacomo de Verme, and he could become a great asset for our military. Moreover, our foes would be much weaker if we were to poach him from their hands. So we can recruit him for 80. Puts me in debt. Gives me a lot of aristocracy. And mint enough money that we are not in debt anymore. We can pay this off after, it's fine. Okay, so from now on I want to try to keep 100 ducats in the bank. We've reached that level where events now cost 80 rather than 50. No loans. And as long as I have a diplomat, I'm okay being diplomacy neutral. So what actually is happening in this? Ah, here's the support level. Rome at the moment is easily winning. Unity of faith. What's that? Conversion speed, unrest reduction. For only 36 ducats. I don't currently have any rebels that are rising in power, though. We're actually a really stable society. I mean, we would basically be the battleground if a fight did occur, which is why I'm being a bit hesitant about joining either side here. Is that the temple? No, it's a cathedral. I think... Do I want to recruit another unit? I think I might. Get another group of infantry in. Although I still really need to let my finances recover, so I shouldn't do that too much. However, the nobility are now at the stage where they can actually be charged taxes again. Their satisfaction has risen sufficiently. Oh, and we are no longer have any penalties here, so let's start printing the money again. There we go. Now my economy's recovered. That was actually very quick. Fair dealing. An empire with colonies and vassals resembles a rowdy family, and it takes a firm but fair hand to keep everything in line. Recent policies have won the admiration of our subject nations and brought all of us closer together. That's actually really good. Still improving relations with Verona. What do camp followers do? They increase the amount of supplies you can carry with you, I think. Though it doesn't actually say that. Yeah, I'll carry with them, but that's no different from these guys. Oh, it's 0.1 instead of 1. So yes, they carry 10 times more food than these guys do. And I assume that's per soldier. So they basically carry 50 food instead of 5. Coming of age, Valentina Visconti has reached the age of 16. She is the ruler's first cousin and courtier of the Duchy of Milan. Ooh. Last bit of the road still to be connected. And there we go. Peasant levy has now been researched. A peasant levy is formed by commoners summoned for military service by their lord. The men are meant to bring their own equipment to battle, so the quality of newly created units can vary greatly. And now I think we should go back and do some more of the cultural/economic things. Stone output. We actually produce stone. No, we produce marble. Counting house, local crown power plus 33%. Is that all it does though? Another interest reduction. probably also do with some of these military things. Yeah, new recruitment laws would probably be good. Plated Knights as an upgrade of the Mailed Knights. Oh, Drill Army. Yeah, we want to be able to do that, and there's the armory for the extra manpower. Supply carts, that's the upgrade for the logistics. They can double what the camp followers can carry. I would like to get handgunners. Bearing in mind that infantry are where we're strongest. So upgrade here, men-at-arms. We want men-at-arms. Yeah, let's get organised recruitment. You know how I said I was going to do economic things? I lied. But I really should do some more economic things. We'll get to men-at-arms, then we'll think about the economy again. But at the moment, I'm feeling pretty good about this. "96 out of 106 annexations. That's very nearly finished. And then we wanted 100 ducats to be our baseline minimum. So once we hit 150 or so, we could probably build another marketplace and market village. Maybe another RGO. We haven't done an RGO for a while. Let's wait until we have 150 and then build another one of those. Are we having any trouble spending our market automation? Doesn't look like it. $750. Okay, so if we were to build another goods building, it would probably be the marble in Brescia, which is actually the final level of that. That's for me. We're nearly finishing this road. So the moment control here is maximized at 16.5. And now it is still 16.5. Maybe that has to recalculate at the end of the month. $21.4, so we've got another 5% control here. Do you have a marketplace? Where's your building list? You have no buildings from what I'm understanding. I think they would show here. And marketplace is a peasant building, market village. What's a forest village? Oh, I think this is basically defining them as a production center or a mercantile center. I definitely want you to be a market village. Only costs 28. Let's get that going there. So those are all the peasant buildings. These are the labourer buildings. So you can actually build buildings that provide goods that aren't necessarily the RGO good. These are the burghers. Could do a monastery. Don't think that really helps us there. Annexing Cremona. Our integration of the Republic of Cremona has taken a fair bit of time, but now that Cremona is a Milanese city, it will reach its full potential and make our nation prosper even more. There are other countries who have not appreciated the expansion of our territory, though. That's fine. Okay, so Cremona is actually losing us money at the moment because they're not as efficient. I'm assuming... Ooh, control max. Is that where the max is? It is where the max is. Okay, so yeah, Cremona's control is really high. They have the roads going through their territories, and probably it's just a lack of development. Anyway, what I was trying to see was if there was a way of increasing control further here. So it's not going to be through the Burghers, it's probably through the nobility. Like a bailiff, for example, would be nice. But I don't think I can build those yet. You actually have a weaponsmith. Nice. We are dominating this. We're 2% ahead of them now. And we have enough money to once again build some more things, so I think I'm going to continue my market village expansion. Do I want to see if I can just build a market village everywhere that produces, say, more than 0.05? I think that's a good baseline. Bailiffs and military building, which is not shown on this screen. Excellent diplomacy. The skilled work of our diplomats and the enviable situation of strength our duchy finds itself in are proving beneficial to our standing armies amongst our peers. Standing amongst the peers, not the armies. Our diplomats are capitalizing these factors to achieve better results in negotiations, so we can have appeased states, which increases their thing, or we can have diplomacy, which increases rep. Appease the estates, definitely. Military, that's military. That's just soldier construction. Guess that has to be done through here then. Can't build them. Oh, they cost 144. Increases the local noble strength, but it also increases the proximity source, plus 20%, which, yeah, boosts control directly. But they're not a cheap building, so would that really pay off? I'm unconvinced. And then the other thing I wanted to do was get a road going here. It cost 150. But that's not critical for right now. But it would be nice to have in the future. Meanwhile, I think we can get a couple more market villages. Oh, one of them is actually in the gold mine place. Didn't have it there. Elisabetta Visconti has come of age. Matteo can have a better education. Matteo is gregarious, so likes diplomacy, so let's switch you to being a diplomatic education. Oh, Domodosola doesn't actually have enough people working in it. Yet. Still being promoted. It just adds a flat 20% control to one location. It competes with the capital. It doesn't add. Okay. So it would technically be below the 21%. So it's a better thing to have, for example, as Brandenburg. So you have your capital in Brandenburg, then maybe build a bailiff out here somewhere, so it also spreads proximity from there. And we're at 150 again, so let's build some more market villages. I'm going to build those two and call that good enough. Although I'm tempted to build them anywhere where it's just not 0.001. 0.01. So we'd need 1, 2 more. I'm not going to build them where the vassals are. Vassals can do their own. We have now researched organised recruitment, which gives me better recruitment speed. Actually meant to read that. Which was here. Development of professional armies has caused an increase in capabilities of the military. To sustain it, the state will need to improve its capacity for recruiting soldiers as well. So I very much want to be able to drill the army. Yeah, we want to drill army, armory, men-at-arms, and then we're going to go economic. No longer shall we depend upon untrained and levied men. If we are to defend our borders and smite our rivals, we must conduct regular and organised drills. A representative of the people living in the area dominated by one of the most potent families of the nobility has approached the court today, imploring the Duke to take action against what he claims are systematic abuses of power against the people there. As ruler of Milan, Signore Matteo Visconti has a responsibility to protect his people. Not doing so will make him appear weak and may harm the long-term growth of the province. The nobility likely would not take kindly to chastising such a powerful member of their ranks, however. So the commoners lose a state of satisfaction. Unfortunately for the nobility, the commoners pay me significantly more money than they ever will. So you can sod right off. Is my crown nowadays? 40%, it's gone up quite a lot. Coalition against Milan has been formally disbanded. Alright, time to build up some naughty points again. I think it might be time to go after Ferrara soon. So humiliate is just that. I would not be able to conquer subjugate. It's a lot more expensive. Forcing them into the faction, however, I can absolutely do. And then Mantua immediately joins a coalition against me. I mean, if this is Ferrara and Mantua fighting against me, I'm okay with that. I kind of want an excuse to go after Mantua. Commoners also have a nice buff of being over 50% happy. The nobility just gives prestige. Really? Food production, stability, investment cost. Trade advantage, production efficiency. Monthly research, diplomatic rep. Prestige, counter-espionage. Interesting. I'm spending way too much money on diplomacy right now. I also have loads of manpower, so I'm thinking I could probably get another unit of equipment. Could probably even get two, but if I'm thinking of going to war imminently, I will want some extra manpower available. A visit from some shady people. I'm going to refuse you, but thank you. And income's rising nicely. Let's put a bit more stability to keep that at 0.5, although stability is also rising really nicely. And we have enough money, but we can do some more production investments, so let's do that. Have I reached my threshold for market villages? And then after that, I think I'll do some more RGO upgrades. Yeah, I could spy on Mantua. You know what? I will. That's going to require me to increase my diplomatic spending, but that's fine. That is something I am quite happy to invest in. Upgrading the RGOs. A new Duke, Duke Galazzo Visconti, has taken over the country. Grace's good leadership skills and superior tactical knowledge will help us vanquish those that dare stand against us. And he is pretty good on the military side. Matteo was an administrator and a militarist. This guy is more of a militarist. A bit of diplomacy, but his admin sucks. The previous ruler did a really good job of at least moving our income into a good spot. We don't have a person... Oh, this is probably the guy who was just promoted. Yes, I think it is. Increasing control in Brescia is a what job? Administrative. Yes. So we want to hire an administrator. And Consul Alberto de Cremona. Actually, you would be a really good general. You would be an amazing general. Teodoro, however. And speaking of amazing general, we should probably replace you. How do I replace, not just remove? Yeah. With Alberto de Cremona. Let's get him into his position. Also, Mordred, something to consider for economy. Did you see that there is a labour policy on the production screen? Also provides a boost to your values depending on how the labour gets allocated. Policy on the production screen. goods? Oh, this. Yes, I did know. So the moment it's on traditional. Where is that? That is in here. So traditional likes raw material output, population capacity, food production. However, buildings are more expensive as opposed to the capital one, which is building cost, bank interest, production efficiency. Production efficiency will be production buildings. At the moment, traditional economy is actually what we want because we are really focused on raw material output. I haven't built that many buildings. I have built a lot of RGOs and markets though. So we're an export economy. Am I going to retry Anno 117 at some point? I don't know. I liked what I saw of it, but it did feel kind of janky, so maybe it just needs a bit more time in the oven. Especially the issue that we had yesterday where we just... all of the peasants left. And there is nothing you can do when that occurs. And I don't really understand why it was occurring, which I think is the worst part of it. People were happy, they were well fed, they had everything. Like, there is no reason for the peasant population to entirely leave. Like, if a small portion of them left, because, for example, food supply wasn't sufficient, okay. But not the entire country emptying itself. Like that game, you can't recover it. Can't make heads or tails of this game now. It looks like elven magic to me. So what better way to learn it? Come out of the self-imposed exile and watch Mordred. Hey, Marshall. Rumours of my demise have been fabricated. I was thinking I haven't seen you around for a while, so glad to see you. It's peasants. No one understands the things they do. They're peasants. They shouldn't be allowed to leave in the first place. So we are almost halfway with the claim that we're working on. When do these people want another senate? Country. So the last one was 9 years ago. I'm happy to let them wait a bit longer. We're a monarchy now, after all. Inflation is still rising, but it's rising so incredibly slowly, I don't really care. Underage, yeah, that's fine. My ruler is no longer my main general. Mantua and Feltra are the only ones still having antagonism towards us. How are the Guelphs doing? Sorry, the Ghibellines. We're the Ghibellines. Wait, I'm the leader now! Cool! I mean, this is probably why we're starting to accelerate, because my economy is starting to accelerate. Yeah, we got this. Especially now that I've access to their territories. So the problem I had is I'm surrounded by people in the same faction as me. So it took some diplomatic maneuvering, shall we say, to get into a position where I could go after those countries. But now I've breached through that frontier and I have access to this. This is all in the other faction. And it means I can get a CV on them all as well. There you go. Does the game feel finished? Yeah, I think so. As always, there's still little areas of polish that can be applied here and there, but it's enjoyable. I am needing to increase my diplomatic spending again. Keep solid, so Mantua, who are you currently... Sorry, not Mantua, Ferrara, who are you currently allied to? Oh, you have a lot of allies. Croatia, Aquileia, Tyrol, and Siena. Comet sighted! -7 stability. Thankfully my stability is now 43, so fine. And we are still investing an absolute fortune into stability rising. And there we go. We have now researched Drill Army, which gives us the following benefits. We can now drill the army. I do wish that this would open at the last technology researched. So now we can get the armory, which allow me to get more manpower coming in. And then after that is the men-at-arms. You know what? Let's get aristocracy first so I can get the plated knights. Because we don't even have the mailed knights tech. Which means that if I do raise a levy, now that I'm a monarchy as opposed to a republic, my elite units are actually crap. Aristocracy is part of any monarchy, as a group of nobles around the royal dynasty is precisely what gives justification to the monarch. In the end, there cannot be any royal blood without the concept of noble blood. As such, aristocracy gives their support to the monarch, but they will also always be expected to have some privileges, as they must never be confused with just the common rabble. I mean, that's just the tech tree, Marshall. Instead of having techs that just go up one at a time and you unlock technologies at certain points, you choose what techs you actually want to go for. And it still has the institution systems from EU4. We just happen to be in the Renaissance, in the middle of Milan during the Renaissance. So all of the institutions are present for us. But, for example, meritocracy has never spread to us, and that's from the previous era. Meritocracy being from over here somewhere. Yeah, the tech tree, I'm actually quite pleasantly surprised by the tech tree. That was one of the things I didn't like about Victoria, is the tech tree felt really small. Like, the entire Victoria tree was like the size of this. This is one age. All of these techs is just the first age, the Age of Traditions. Then there's another tree for the Renaissance, split down by the different institutions. And then another one for the Age of Discovery, again, split down by the different institutions, so you kind of unlock different parts over time. And then Reformation, Absolutism, and Revolutions. And the Renaissance itself spawned in Milan, so we got it from the very start. Venetia's right next door to us, and Genova's right next door to us, so we got all three institutions really, really rapidly. There's a condensed tech tree mod that I'd prefer. Yeah, that would be one criticism, is you have to scroll a lot for no real reason. Like, all of this empty space is unnecessary. I would like a tech tree that flows a little better. But I do like big tech trees. I actually find it one of the my biggest frustrations with new games is when the tech trees are like overly condensed. A new confession of faith. And by condensed, I mean short, not condensed. Reformers put forward a new confession of faith that has some minor, but still serious differences with Catholic teachings. The Catholic Church claims it borders on heretical, while those who suggest it's the new confession would bring the Catholic Church and administrative apparatus under tighter control. So we can promote this even if the subjects stray too far. Or no. No? Yeah. Good Christian, good Catholics here. I'm still considering whether I want to join the Roman confession or not. Oh, Castile has flipped sides. Ah, interesting. Castile used to be on the Rome side. Anyway, we have tons of cash. I'm kind of holding on to the cash in case I need last minute recruitment. No, I'm not going to spend it. I'm not going to spend it. Might spend it. I'm not going to spend it. Am I going to spend it? No. Who's in the other side? Avignon. Yeah, it's Provence. Which is Avignon. Which is... I thought Avignon was up here somewhere. Oh, it's right in front of me. So it is technically a part of France at the moment. Interesting. And the 100 Years' War is still ongoing. Aquitaine still hasn't fallen. So somehow England is keeping that all together. RGO is missing people. Yeah, Domdo Solar's fine. Solar's also fine. I am going to check market villagers again, because that is the one area where I do want to make sure we stay up to date. These are all... Oh, these are less than 0.01, so I should probably actually build it in these two. These ones, the income would be absolutely negligible. So you know what, let's market those and call that good enough. And yes, I could build higher levels in the solar, but at that point I think I'm just going to build marketplaces. Lucerne could probably do it being connected to the road network. How much would that cost? 119. We'll pay that right now. I've come to decide I actually like the road system in this. The fact that you choose the start location, then choose where you want it to go, and it just says this is how much it will cost, and like traces out the path. It's quite nice. And I love the fact that you can see the roads on the map, rather than it just being like a state modifier or something. Like, you can see the infrastructure growing over time. The growing power of the Burghers has led to individuals from within their ranks seeking their fortunes in areas traditionally dominated by other groups. The sons of the mid to low prominence families of the Burghers now have the education and ambition to match the more privileged classes, and as a result, an increasing number of them are now being employed as administrators. So the nobility and the clergy both lose, or the Burghers lose 20%. That's a pretty deep loss for one estate. Especially as there is no upside. Any privileges I want to give you? I have a feeling the nobility have a privilege where they can get bigger armies. Primacy of nobility would actually be a good one. Increased discipline. There, noble levy state. Size. Can't I get this? Oh, I need to get the noble knights advance. Huh. Okay, so there are actually two privileges that I want to give to the nobility. So how about we do that, which will increase their satisfaction, and then we go tell them to fuck themselves. Now that is going to rob me of some power, but I have a couple of ways of increasing that. Now you want a Senate. Okay, let's call the Senate. And we're going to run this in Pavia, which is our capital, so we gain more centralization. And then what do we want to gain out of this? So we can boost one of our nobles. Efficiency of the cabinet plus 20% is quite nice, although at the moment I don't really need it. Bolster government increases my own legitimacy. Expand officer lists. Makes the peasants really happy. And also provides a new character, though there's no support for that, really. Market expansion, trade becomes cheaper. Trade hasn't really been an issue though. Sponsor a cathedral. Could do that. Yeah, let's get a cathedral going in Brescia. Okay, so to increase opinion with the nobility, let's just increase opinion. Sure. Autonomy support. That is reducing stability. We gain a bit of decentralization. Less keen on that one. Lose a little bit of research progress, but gain 10% support. I only need 10%. Lose some cultural tradition. I like my tradition at the moment, so I think I'm going to support the traditional ideas. There we go. Parliament support has surpassed 50%, therefore it passes. And we get a cathedral. Now, how much do cathedrals normally cost? Did I just get that cheap, or did I just get completely scammed? Cathedral. Yeah, you get it half price. Okay, we're very nearly ready to force them into a faction. I'm not going to do that, though, until... I was hoping to be able to get Age of Renaissance before that fight. Sorry. Oh, it's a 45. Oh, 18 out of 109 advances. I was thinking that was the progress of this research. Which is actually here? No, it's 45%. That's almost halfway. That's not shown anywhere. Oh, it's shown there. Okay, I'll allow it. We have sufficient money at this point where I think I am going to build another building. This time... let's get a iron mine in Noza. Noza changes stance in the debate. Gain more support and gain prestige. Nice. It seems the Senato members of Noza have finally realised how beneficial the currently debated proposal would be to them if it passed. Petition for redress. Some of the local members of the nobility in Soncino have become upset and mistreated their subjects that the delegation of the commoners has come before the Duke to ask for redress. Generally, I side with the commoners here. Yeah, especially don't want them to lose satisfaction, because reduction in satisfaction means a reduction in control. That I will not stand for. How's EU5? Is it more like EU4 or more like Imperator? I'd agree with that, Arkmill. More like EU3, not like EU4 at all. It's kind of EU3 meets Victoria meets Imperator. We bring sad news. Teodoro Piazza's died. Oh, no, he was the control guy. He was not my amazing general. Wish I could assign a new person from that screen. Point no. You need an administrator. Simon de Mora is basically the only option here. Closer ties with the House of Beccaria. State, yes, I will accept this. How's the research going? It's going. And I think we've now got our CB against Ferrara. So we can now force them into our faction CB. We are massively stronger than they are. They could potentially call Aquilia, Croatia and Siena into the fight. They have 3,500 men. Aquilia. He's not going to tell me. Croatia has 1,300. Siena has 2,500. So me on my own, I would outnumber their entire alliance if it actually kicked off. And if I started to struggle, I'd just call in Genoa. I like how the clothing is updating over time as well. It's starting to actually look Renaissance. And the coalition against me just closed, so we won't be fighting Mantua. We have this until 79, that's fine. I want to make sure that I get the plated knights before I declare this war. And then probably sometime during the war, I will try to get men-at-arms. Croatia, like anything we do at this point. Most of the country has been gobbled up by Hungary. Actually, Croatia's not in a terrible position. Pesky has died. He was a cabinet minister. He was my diplomatic cabinet minister. Click on that to replace. Oh, I can. Aha. And Emmanuel Bruno would seem to be the good choice. So we will choose you. The music apparently approves. This is a different version of this song. I feel like it has a lot more drums and things in it now. I don't know. What's this looking now? 74 against 69. Yeah, we were running all over this one. 5% ahead. We're about to take another chunk out of them when we go after Ferrara. Come on, science! Hurry up in science. There we go. Okay, so next up we're going to research... well, actually, I was thinking maybe we do want to go back to the Age of Traditions and get the... where was it? Noble Knights. Even though I can't use them, it does enable the levy. Although we're entering the age where levies are no longer as useful. Like professional... No. I have 300 professional soldiers and like 12,000 levies. I think the levies are still more important at this point. Nope, they're not paused. What's it? I just need to find that bloody tick. I need the one that gives mailed notes. You know what, why don't we just search for mailed notes? Peasant state satisfaction recovery is also quite nice. Hopefully these ones go quite quickly. They should be pretty cheap. Supporting cavalry requires an economic system that produces a large number of surplus horses. If we were to guarantee the privileges of our noble class, not only would they be much happier, they would also do much of the work to produce the needed horses. Our court fool described it as service guarantees serfs. Let's grab that. Unless, we'll just double check. I can already give you that privilege. What was this one? Requires Noble Knights Age 1 advance. Even though we have the more advanced version of it now. But 25% more combat efficiency, I think, will be really potent. And then the noble and army levy sizes. And the progress towards aristocracy, honestly, all of them are quite nice. Nice Starship Troopers reference. I knew it sounded familiar. Couldn't put my finger on it, though. Okay, so now that I can get those more advanced levies, when do you anticipate this will be done? Oh, it's going really fast. Doesn't say. Rowdy. No, people that need to be educated. You're rowdy, so you definitely want to have the military education. We'll have you for another 5 years, that's fine. Oh, hang on, I need to research this and then change the... No, it's a privilege, it's not a law. It's fine. Oh, we do have a fort in discipline plus almost 10%. That's really good. 11,000 levies. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, smallpox. That one did a number on us last time. The pressures we put on the vassals may seem reasonable in the capital, but some demands are seen as insults by the petty crowns that have been taken under our protection. Negotiation of terms may take a little longer than anticipated. Although integrating Piazzena is probably not a terrible idea. Speaking of which, I'm guessing that this is all now fully integrated. Yeah, court rural. City. One of the RGOs just finished building. Hasn't done that much damage to us yet. It is only in part. It's only in the capital. Oh, it's gone. What's this? Genoa wants me in the war against Naples and Provence. Right, well I guess I'm not going after Ferrara, at least not immediately. So be it. Raise the levies! We're going to war. So we do need to be... Oh. Oh. What is this over? Aquasexto. What on earth is that? This was Genoa. But this is the Guelphs versus the Ghibellines. Because we have the Pope on our side, you have me on our side. And this is against Naples. And Provence. So it's the fake Pope and the Guelphs versus the Ghibellines and the true Pope. Without getting Castile and France involved. We want to slap them. We want to slap them hard. Is there anything I can take out of this war? Yeah, I could take Ivrea. Ivrea, what's the part of this one? Nah, I don't want anything. I just want to beat them up. Okay, so Consul Alberto is taking command. Why are you so grayed out? Because the army's changed, I guess. Right, formation. I want to make sure that my cavalry is actually on the flanks, because the game loves to not put cavalry on the flanks. I do kind of wish that like the unit background cards would be different if they were cavalry versus infantry. I also wish that I had a different graphic for my professional soldiers versus the peasant levies. Where are my pros? These. Ah, right, we have this background, so... Gonna put the professionals in the centre. And then all of my cavalry is on the right flank. And then the left flank is just bigger. I think that's fine. And then we basically want to be moving wherever there's supply. I think I'm probably going to take the fight to Naples. I suspect that Genoa can handle Provence. Getting down there is likely to be expensive. Yes. Yes. So I'm going to request the same from you. Oh, food access is neutral. $10k versus 5, you're fine. 14,000 Napoleon troops. Let's go stand in Parte. Stay here. My morale is currently a bit low, needs to recover. It's a big old navy. Bigger than Genoa's. Just depends on whether Genoa's navy is better. Can I see any of the information about the quality of your army? Well, you have no regulars. You have 3.6 morale versus my... probably more. Oh, 4.0. Yeah, I have way more. Just going to stand on Tivoli. And if you come as support, that'll be even better. Do I want to intercept you? The Pope's right there. Let's go with speed 3. Hills. I do like how the units look. Like, the unit models in this are great. And just judging by the equipment my guys have versus the equipment they have, I think I'm substantially ahead of them militarily technology. Actually, we've been able to catch them and they've run off into the mountains. Not sure that I want to give chase. Oh, they came for me. Well, alright then. 15,000 against 11,000. 3.6 morale against my 4. 15.4 discipline versus my 17. However, they have 2 tactics. I have 2.25. They have a 97 command. Wow. Okay. So yeah, it's because of technology that we're so much stronger. But I'm really hoping that you come and help me here. Oh no, we're kicking their ass. Never mind. Yeah, we're absolutely slaughtering them. We're good, Pope. We're good. No worries. We got this. 50 to 15. Man, we are hammering them. And we just broke the left flank, so we're now going to be focusing on their centre. I did the right thing having my regulars in the middle. We lost 1,000, they lost 2,000. Alright, excellent. Let's... What kind of terrain is this? This is hills. This is mountains. Do I want to go and start sieging something? No. I think what I want to do is back off to Tivoli. And basically be in a position to go and support them. Advanced research. Okay, so now we've got the Noble Knights. So let's go check that out. We go back to the Age of Renaissance, and now we can get the Men-at-Arms. Oh, that's one of our unique units. Cultural tradition. I want... Ah, we have to get the armory and then Men-at-Arms. But actually we want the armory for the extra manpower, because we're kind of low. The development of professional armies has created the need of getting new sources of manpower for our armies. The armory can be built in urban locations to increase it. And one other thing I've realised I did not do when this war started was boosting my fort maintenance. Am I expecting that to be a problem? Katnelborgen. I thought it was either Scotland or the Netherlands, but it's not. It's Katnelborgen instead. You know, I'm going to boost the fort maintenance. And the other thing that this has occurred to me is I never did build a castle up here, and we probably should. Because we're very often at war with Tyrol. So like Treviso could really do with a castle. Because it blocks access to the rest of my country. So how do I do that? I go into military. Fort level. Arsenal. There we go. What does that even cost? I think it was 100. I'm not short on money, so it's not that much of a problem. I'm just curious. A castle is 120. And we're well within our castle limit. Right, then the other thing we wanted to do, now that we've got the nobility thing done, is, yeah, we want the auxilium et consilium for the extra noble levy size and army level size, and most importantly, combat efficiency. The nobility receive privileges, but they also have the obligation to their lord. They have to provide troops, auxilium, and maintain fortifications and infrastructure in the lands they rule. But they also have to give counsel, consilium, to the lord when requested. So everyone else doesn't like that. It definitely boosts the power of the nobility. So I do need to try to find a way of getting a bit more of my crown power back. Which is Brandenburg, I got a ton of crown power, but I don't remember how I did it. Oh, it was changing country laws. Right, now I'm a monarchy, I should probably take a look at these. I don't really want to censor. We are going to keep the same religion. Marriage laws, I think, fine. Levy laws. So at the moment we have noble levies, which I am completely fine with. Administrative, we have a central council. Which increases cabinet, centralization of aristocracy. Those all seem fine. We have civil law, which seems fine. Socio-economic, open borders, civil society. Army tradition from the martial society would be quite nice. But I also like the tax from the peasant estate. Now, we're mostly an economic nation, so this is fine. Religious teachings is fine. Mining law. At the moment, it's the Burghers controlling it. Yeah, there's no crown control. You have regulated export, which increases the trade efficiency. Estate law, distribution of power. Here we go. So this is where we could boost our crown control. It would actually boost it by 30% difference. However, it'll piss everyone off by 5%. And I'm not convinced that we have the excess capacity to deal with that. Not yet. So we'll leave as is for now. Did I build a palace? I think I got one for free when I changed my capital to Pavia. Yeah. Which was actually one of the main reasons I chose to do that. It's like you can stay in Milan but you get nothing, or you can move your capital to Pavia and you get everything. I wonder which I'll pick. Accept. I can now raise a bunch of extra soldiers because I changed my levy laws, but for this war I'm okay with that. I kind of prefer them to be staying back and providing stuff. We're losing at the moment. Why are we proverbially losing? Because you guys have been losing battles. Stuck in the mountains right now. It's August, we shouldn't be. There's their army. We'll arrive in Città Duale, which is this place. You leave on the 6th, you arrive on the 10th. I think it was just an animation bug. And this is mountains, so I don't really want to fight there. I kind of want to encourage them to attack me, if nothing else. Which they're doing. In a hill. Alright, so 13,500 against my 10,000. They never actually recovered all of their organisation, or their morale. Why do... Oh, because they haven't arrived in the front line yet. No, they have. This time I'm losing way more men than they are. Why? Because they're just rolling better than me. There we go. Nope, that's still... I think these numbers are switched. Yeah, they are. Look at the difference in actual losses. This is actually what they're losing. And their right flank has been shattered, which is allowing my cavalry to slam into their centre now. And this is where the real casualties will begin. Boom. 3,200 for 1,000. I'll take that. We're back to 0. So I'll just stay here and keep on fighting Provence while you guys go and siege down... Sorry, Naples. You guys siege down Provence, hopefully. Still have 10k troops up there. Right, chat, question for you. Is there any way of telling your vassals what to do? Like, I'm not saying, like, support me, attack the enemy, or whatever. I'm saying, like, I want you to target this nation. Because I know that there was in EU4. But I have not seen that option here yet. Not that you found yet. Okay. Leonardo Visconti has died when the rulers... You're not the general, are you? You're not a cabinet minister either? Nope. In that case, don't care. France is beating these armies up one at a time, which is not ideal. Encroachment of the nobility in Brescia. It's difficult to monitor everyone everywhere all of the time. And the boundaries between the individual land properties are often grounded in old traditions or documents which were written when the landscape may have looked quite different. For someone with the right resources, this can be exploited. A number of prominent families in the nobility have used their considerable influence in Pavia to get away with expanding their provinces. So Brescia loses control, which I'm absolutely not doing. We lose state satisfaction, which I will agree to. Oh, that expires on the 1st of January 79. So I need to use that in the next 3 years. Mondovi has accepted peace from their enemies, the superb Republic of Genoa. I kind of want to play as Genoa just so I can call myself the superb Republic. Benevento, meanwhile, actually held. A 5k army coming to Aquila. I will let them do the sieging, and I will stand nearby and support. Basically have to be here. Let's see if I can still be supplied from here. The main thing I don't want is to lose attrition. I'm being supplied from Tivoli, so we're fine. There comes their army, they're marching in. Let's go! This time we'll outnumber them. 14,000 against the 10. Though my troops do have to arrive in the battle. This is a mountain battle, so front line is going to be a problem. This is our army. Oh, hang on, is this? These are reserves. Yeah. So I'm purple, my ally is blue. So my troops are only just entering the fight. Fully engaged on that flank. We're definitely losing more men, but I think again that's my ally. Here comes the Pope. There we go, retreating. Victory! I am actually getting supplied here, so we can just stay in siege. That's fine. Though this is almost certainly a mountainous terrain. Yeah, so they'll get the bonuses. Because that's the way this works. But if I can beat Naples up, that's going to count as beating my rival up. And they are the primary support for the Guelph side. We are now 6% ahead. Pope, don't go out on your own. Oh, you're going to lose fights. I don't really want to split my armies. I think I kind of have to try to get here. Oh, that's a long way. No, never mind. Let's stay here. Sorry, Pope, but you made a bad choice. I'm not going to support you making bad choices. Taking the siege down, though, I think is a big move. Genoa, where are your armies? I mean, you've taken territory off of them, so that's good. I'm seeing where your army are. They're going to have to attack us soon. Okay, so you're going to go for an Anagni, which is fine. Defenders desert. I mean, we'll definitely take this before this falls, and then at that point, we basically have the same number of troops. Prepare defences. Let the word go around to every village, hamlet and town that no support will be offered to the enemy. Any attempt to take on the enemy's coin will be punished when victory is won. Let no one be in doubt as to our resolve, and see it done. Increased attrition for enemies. That's quite nice. Unfortunately, I'm not being attacked. So what do the Guelphs and the Ghibellines actually represent in the game? HRE versus the Pope. So the pro-Pope faction are the Guelphs, and then the pro-HRE, which I am the leader of, is the Ghibellines. And for most of the game, the Ghibellines are trailing the Guelphs, but for the first time we've overtaken them. The main thing the situation does is gives access to CPs against your opposing faction. Well, that is a large Genoese army coming in. Aquila was successful, but I kind of want to fight them myself before the Genoese come in and steal all the glory. The main reason, because I want to build up my army tradition. Yeah, they've decided to return home. They know I've got this handled, even though they outnumber me still by 34 dudes. Now let's check the formation. Oh, did all the cavalry die? Also, what are you? Leve Milano infantry. Treviso infantry. Your icon's different. So he's got grey shoulders. This guy's got yellow. Different helmet as well. Footman levy. Peasant levy. Ah, okay. Really wish these unit cards were a bit clearer. To see the differences like that. So I'm guessing the footman levy are like these guys at the front, whereas the peasant levy are these guys. Most of my army is peasant levy. Okay, so battle is joined. My right flank took their time in arriving, but they are infantry, so I'm not surprised. We are beating them in terms of casualties, but morale-wise it's a bit closer, which is surprising, because I have way more morale than they do. We have some potential allies coming in. About 2,000 arrived, and I think we got this. Oh, no, we got this. Yeah, we got it. 2,400 to 1,000 again. So that lifted the siege. Aquila has fallen. But we're still only on +2. So what are we actually fighting over? Yeah, they also have ticking war score. So where is Aquisextane? Aquisextane. Really? Yep. Why the hell are you going for that, Genoa? Guess Merchant Republic have weird requirements. Well, we're about to occupy all of that. Let's go ahead and go after Gaetia. We're still getting food supplies coming in, so that's good. And this army is actually really good at sieging because we have an excellent administrator. Siege ability +8%. Oh, diplomacy gives you the morale. Interesting. Movement speed is military. Okay, so you do actually want all stats are useful for combat generals. Oh, they have a professional cavalry unit in there somewhere. How are we doing with the armory research? Still making money, so we'll be able to build a couple of those if we need to. Pope just beat a papal army. Sorry, Pope just beat Neapolitan army. We have quite a few levies that we could raise if we needed to. Wow, we've lost 122 ships. That's where all the negatives have come from the battles. Yeah, on land we've been kicking their ass. At sea, not so much. Let's move. Even the mouse a bit more. Unfortunately, all of my regular soldiers... Oh no, we have 50 of them. I was going to say they're all dead, but that's not actually true. Just got Bojano as well, so yeah. I wonder how long Naples will stay in this fight. Because they have been carrying most of the weight here. Kill Naples, and Provence will fall quite easily. You're currently doing assimilation. They're at 63%. Would you be better off assimilating Cremona? To Lombard. No, Cremona's already 99%. Carry on. Oh, here they come again. 7,900 against 9,000. This one may not go so well. We kind of need that Papal Army to come and support us. Although it says it's green. Higher morale, higher quality. So the fronts are now covered. 15 discipline against my 17, 3.7 morale against my 4.2. My morale just keeps on sailing up, 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 and up. Up, 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 and away. Oh, McDoodles, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Also, Magic Aces, Mana Brew. Thank you also for the follows. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. Am I going to form Italy? Maybe eventually, but it's not a goal right now. Really, my goal is just to learn the game. To get good. So I think we're going to take over this castle soon enough. And then it would be really nice if we could just piece Naples out. There goes Gaisha. Do I want to go and take Naples? Until he's been building a spy network? How dare you! We actually get supply from Benevento, so this is fine. I was kind of wondering if I would still get supplied or not. Let's move you to that flank. Let's move you to the center. I'm going to guess that Naples here has a level 2 fort because it's a capital as well. Coalition disbanded against me again. That's good. I still have 2 years before I have to go to war. And even if I do go to war, we're pretty ready for it because all of these units are ready to fight. Okay, here they come again. They did not wait for their morale to recover. So even though they outnumbered me by 2,000, we should still win this. Don't mess with the Milanese army. Also, always get more frontage in. Probably because of high tactics. I don't yet know how all of those functions work. There we go, killed more of them than they killed of us again. lost 15. They're down to just 8,000 troops total in their entire faction. So I very much hope to see Genoa. They haven't even started trying to occupy. I think they keep trying to run south and deciding, actually, no, we don't want to be south, we're going to go north. And then they decide, actually, no, we want to be south. And they're like, actually, nah, Milan's got this, we'll go north. And it's like, oh wait, Milan's being attacked, we should go south. Oh no, Milan beat them again, we should go north. In other words, AI is AI. This time we have 5,000 men supporting us, so at this point Naples can't push us out. Can't be done. Thanks to Benevento, I'm still getting supplies. I'm a little surprised the Gaetia's not started to claim the territories around it. Oh, probably because we would have had to take Caserta, because it's also a town. So it's a little bit lucky we're being supplied here. Okay, we have loads of money. No, waiting for the armories. And we'll build a couple of those and we'll start actually getting a professional force. Quit my first 4 playthroughs after 100 years into the game because I learned so much. Yeah, I mean, I almost went bankrupt with my Brandenburg game and decided, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to save the game, I'm going to go into AI observer mode and see what the AI does to recover. And the AI's answer was just to do that. And then once they were out of debt, paid off all the loans and things, then they went back to normal. And this game, it is significantly easier to pay off interest than it is in EU4. That's my biggest discovery so far, I would say, except for like how control works. So I'm kind of glad that I continued that one, but I can certainly understand like wanting to go so far and then be like, okay, I'm going to use everything I've learned to start again. I kind of just want to get further into the game. Started with Serbia, bad choice I think. Actually what I'm hearing is Serbia is one of the best beginner countries. What didn't you like about Serbia? And the early game in terms of ducats is really, really expensive. Like it's hard to make money. You only really make it after 1350s, 60s. Attacking Naples, how dare you, sir? How very dare you? On the opposite side of my own campaign, playing as Naples. Managed to swallow up Sicily, nice. Most of Serbia and Bulgaria. I mean, at the moment I'm just trying to grow in northern Italy more than anything. I'm mostly here because Naples is in the opposing faction, and I just want to beat them up a bit. Advanced research. The development of professional armies has created the need to get new sources of manpower for the armies. The armory can be built in the urban locations to increase it. I am very much going to invest in this. So Milan and Pavia, 100% getting one. Same with Brest. How much are these? 70. Are there any downsides? Oh. Commoners gain satisfaction. So all of the major urban centres are going to get an armory. How much do these increase soldiers by? Oh, employment of 1,000. Okay. But that should give me a good source of manpower for a while. As Mordred can attest to, having a gold mine is all good and dandy, but if you have zero control in the territory, then it does you little good. Oh yeah, like the beginning of my game, I have a gold mine here, in the furthest part of my country, in a bunch of mountains. Structure. Gold. So it's a lot of the early game has been about trying to get at least a modicum of control in this place. We're up to 18.7 now. Oh, control reduces local crown power, which I'm guessing is a factor of the total control. Oh, nobility's overtaken me now. So it goes. Anyway, Naples has just fallen. Do I want to go and lift that siege in Benevento with my 4,300 men? Let's go and take Caserta first. Unhappiness amongst the commoners, conflicts and protests with the commoners over taxes, landlord cruelty, expropriation, serfdom, and customs policies have recently become even more frequent than usual. So commoners lose satisfaction, or we lose prestige and money. I will absolutely lose the prestige and money. It's totally fine. So let's take Caserta, which hopefully means it will start occupying everything around here on the... There it is! We beat Naples! That will give 214 ducats to Genoa and allies. Unfortunately, it doesn't show how that's actually broken up, so I'm sure I got a pretty hefty percentage of that, but I can't see how to tell. Also, Genoa took Caserta. Interesting. Alright, let's head home. Uh-oh. They're gonna go. Because I'm in the province that they took, so I'm not considered exiled and I cannot go through Naples. Oh, that's just frustrating. I have no coastline, so I can't get ships anyway. No, they will not give me access. I'd have to pay them 114 gold for it. France praises our conviction. Strong supporter of Bazas. We are not supporting Bazas. Staying with the true Pope. In Rome. In Italy. Naples is joined Bazas now as well. Well, can I disband my levies? Hopefully that means I actually go home. Yeah, looks like it. Unfortunately, that does leave my 3 regular regiments stuck here. So we'll just go ahead and disband them. Oh yes, need to get another technology. I think I would like men-at-arms now, please. Armoured footmen, outfitted with a medley of hand-to-hand weapons. Men-at-arms are heavy melee infantry who can break through enemy formations. Absolutely take those. And now it's only Provence left. So our entire faction of 19,000 against their 400! Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that means that I can be in a position to prepare for my war against Ferrara. Simon de Mora died. He was a cabinet member, but we will take a look at that in a minute. So if we did this, it would be Ferrara, Aquileia, Croatia, Mantua, and Siena. We are considered slightly stronger than them at the moment. So let's, A, wait for my manpower to recover. And also my levies. And you need a cabinet Minister. Not Alberto, he's my general. This is an army job, however. Wait, is it? No, it's admin. You would also make a decent general, so I think we're going to go with Corrado Beccaria. Castle is nearly done, and there's the peace. Duchy of Provence signed a peace deal with Genoa, Finalbargo, Seva, Grasse, Pucathenias, Nice all go to Genoa, so big expansion. Oh, massive. Provence pays war reps, Provence pays money, Provence annuls all treaties with Franche-Comté. And we're at peace. A glorious victory for the good guys. Which is us, by the way. I think that these guys got stuck there too. These are all my vassals. Well, we'll give them a little time to disband their levies, and then we'll go in against Ferrara. Nobility taxes a little. Make sure that these taxes are still high. Diplomat. I think we're spending a bit too much on that right now. Stability is fine. Do it maybe with a bit more legitimacy. Outdated texts. The clergy seeks out help, claiming that in accordance with our censorship laws we should remove all outdated religious texts that are in circulation. Recently it was found that decades of small tweaks and deviations in newer versions of the holy text have led to a divide between those who preach the old word and the new. This rift is minimal, but the very idea of holy texts deviating from one another is revolting to the clergy. As such, they've asked us to purge all of the older copies, which could lead to instability on account of having to destroy the old, unrelished copies of local temples. So we lose a tiny bit of stability but gain clergy satisfaction. No. Not happening. Besides, the clergy is super happy with us because they don't know what taxes are. Monthly manpower plus 10. How much does the sergeantry give? 5. So it's double. And we're going to get 4 of them, so we're going to have plus 40 manpower. That's pretty good. Hopefully the limit also goes up. Yeah, you can store 5 years of manpower, so my limit will be significantly higher. Cool, cool, cool. Ah, you need soldiers in the castle in Treviso. Okay. Corrado Beccario has died. It's always the admin guy. I don't think these two have died in a long time. Is in that position. Let's go with Giacomo. No, he's a really good general. Let's go with Barnaba, who's kind of rubbish at everything. Oh, and he's also crown. Yeah, I'd forgotten about this. Which means that we should have gained a bit more crown power from having crown people on the cabinet. Glass guilds are doing poorly. What do our pop needs? We've actually mostly overcome the need for sturdy grain. Good. They disbanded their forces. Except for army belongs to Lucca. Lucca's not one of mine. Here we have Parma, we have Piacenza. Armories are done in less than 30 days. I was kind of hoping that we'd be in a position to recruit some more soldiers as we're doing this, but I think that's gonna have to happen as the war is ongoing. Probably afford... No, because I'm going to be recruiting soldiers. Well, they're not hugely expensive. And in fact, we can hire them straight in as men-at-arms as opposed to infantry. Whatever they're called. Footmen. So we'll be reliant on our levies, but we do have a pretty huge levy. Yet she has died. Just a random. Okay, here we go. Now they are going to need to recruit a bunch of soldiers to get to that maximum efficiency. But once they're there, our manpower is going to be really good. Oh, didn't realise we had these rules. Levy combat efficiency down, levy maintenance down, navy levy size down. Cultural tradition, control impact and war score, army size doubled. And this ends in 1437, so we're 50 years away. Does EU5 have a similar levy professional split in the army as CK3? Yeah, kind of. I think it is more simplified than the CK one. I generally prefer how CK has done it. But you start out with lots of levies initially, and then as the game goes on, regulars take over. I do kind of hope that they revisit at some point in the future how military works. Katarina. Because I'd like to have a little bit more control over this than we do at the moment. Like, the difference between footmen and archers is really difficult to see. Maybe that's just because they're the first unit of that type, and then later on we get more different types. I don't know. To be determined. The risks of trade. Trade over large distances can be risky, if profitable. The weather, brigands, and pirates remain a threat on land as well as on water. Normally, the Burkers can cope with a certain amount of mishaps, and they have their own ways to protect themselves and ensure the cargo. So we can compensate them, which will cost me 200 ducats. I do have a lot of money. Or they lose a bunch of their state satisfaction. You know what? This is an easy way of boosting their satisfaction. And making them pay me more. Aha. Actually, do you have any rights I want to strip away? Because now would be an opportune moment to do it. Like that one, maybe. Or that one. I kind of want aristocracy, not plutocracy. Although that revoking privilege is going to cost me 50 stability, but that is affordable. Because this one at least gives the building cost. If I go to values... That formal guilds is a pretty big part of the reason why it's not being pushed further towards aristocracy. And it would also strip away some of their power in exchange for crown power, which would allow me to better control the nobles. Do it. This is gonna hurt. Nope, rebellious estate. Yeah, you don't stay. Have I had the Black Death yet? Yes. And the Black Death was actually kind of critical for the Milanese economy. Because before the Black Death, my economy was in absolute tatters. But the Black Death basically acts as a giant reset button. And then after that, my economy came back and I'm just flush with cash afterwards. I mean, probably there were some other extenuating circumstances, like I think I just got better at managing control. But, oh, October, yes, I should. Off. And when does that CB end? Oh, Provence has been excommunicated. I actually have another year for the Ferrara War. So Austria's fighting somebody. You would be obliterated right now. Although you have a lot of regular troops. 5,000 levies. 1,000. Croatia's a long way away, but 1,000. Slightly stronger. 15,000 against 5. Not going to cordial in. I don't think I need to. Alright, raise the levies. Let them come in. Put a castle in Navarra, thinking about it. I'm not going to do it now, but after the war maybe. Alright, group these together. Thank you. And give you a decent general. Going to be Consul Alberto di Cremona because he's freaking awesome. And check out the formations because I want to make sure that the cavalry, I want to make sure that the feudal levies with their grey shoulders are in the centre to hold the line. I think I'll put an extra 1,000 there. A couple of cavalry on the flank as well. Okay, that's looking good. Now this time we do want to be on the offensive. Let's just go and beat up this army because they've come without any support, which seems a bit silly. So that's just stack wiped their professional units. And you know what? Let's go take Aquilia out first. Let's do this piece by piece. It looks like my armies are doing that for me. So maybe I don't need to. And then And there's also Croatia we're at war with, but I'm rather less concerned about them. I'm waiting to see if Ferrara actually raises an army or not. There goes the Aquilian army. Apparently have some more room. Wait, these were professional. Where did they come from? A travelling preacher, the erosion of faith caused by the Western Schism has cut deep into the trust of people of Bormio. Into this vacuum of trust and stability has come Akil Abate, with his sermons of heresy and accusations of corruption. While he claims to be a true Catholic, his lectures have encouraged some in Bormio to turn to dangerous ideas. We may want to act swiftly to not let this heresy spread further. So we lose some stability, and they become... no. These are regulars. Really? Really? No, not really. Didn't think so. Improved reputation. Nice. Okay, big battle. This is the Ferraran army. Yes. I have 60 more morale, 0.25 more tactics, and almost double their discipline. Not to mention triple the numbers. Okay, so I think what I can quite safely do is split this army in half. Give you a commander, which is going to be that second guy I have, which is Giacomo de Verme. Send you to Eden. And then I really don't think there's much they can do. Oh, we've actually taken this province already. Is Austria fighting? Austrian Braganza War. Bragant, Salzburg, Gorzia, Ottenburg. No. Small. There are 59 troops left. You're bullying them even more than I'm bullying them. What to do with unprofitable buildings? I usually just leave them alone because they will eventually return to profitability when sufficient resources go onto the market. Okay, coming in, fighting against the 6k from that group. Don't think that's a fight they will win, although we're low on organisation. Master at Arms. Giacomo de Verme has become a Master at Arms, which increases the strength of infantry. Oh no. This general is a Master at Arms. Infantry commanded by the leader will be more efficient and able to do more damage. Yeah, you absolutely demolished them. Nice. And occupation of Uden is successful. Is there anything else I need to take control of here? I mean, I can probably already piece Aquilia out. The main thing I want from you is money. willing to give me any. Well, then I'll wait. It's fine. Good choice. Oh, a few mayors. Also a castle. So we'll need to take that. I should probably look to see if I can integrate. Yeah, can I do that while I'm at war? I have a feeling I probably can't. Oh wait, yes I can. 1381. It takes 3 years. Here we may not be in supply. And if that's the case, I'll back off. We are indeed not in supply. I don't want to take attrition. I think that this is probably enough. Let you take over PE. You may want to go and start sieging Rimini. If you can get supply down there again, I'm not convinced you'll be able to. And PE has now fallen, so let's go ahead and try to peace Aquilia out. Now they'll accept. Oh, no, they won't. Oh, 12 months have to pass. Can't do it until the 26th of October, so you're just going to have to suffer until then. Grind. Battle is won. Let's go and catch these guys. Because I'm not going to let you escape. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. It was not to stop by. Okay, turn you around and go for Rimi. Now store up to 1,100 manpower. How are we doing on the men-at-arms? We've almost got men-at-arms. Actually kind of curious about this. Recruit regulars. So this is going to replace the footmen. So I'm just going to take a print screen of this so I can see a difference between them. Stuff that to paint. Battlers joined. We did catch them with half morale, but we crushed them. And there we go. Also unlocks the Men-at-Arms army levy. I'm guessing that they are a replacement of the medieval footman levies, the noble ones. But anyway, let's take a look. Recruit regulars, men-at-arms. Let's bring up the other one. That's not the other one. over there. Do that. Do that. So, the old infantry, attack power 1, attack power 1. Ooh, what's that? What is... Oops. Combat speed. So they move from reserves more quickly. That's my YouTube. That's what let's do. So they'll reinforce faster. Flanking damage is still 100. Combat width is 100. Initiative is 100. Flanking resistance is 100. And then they also have minus 10% shock damage received, I think. And also, this is the interesting thing. Unit size is 200, so they're double the size. So what's this? Strength damage taken. So yeah, they take less damage as well. So yes, they are quite noticeably stronger. Also quite noticeably more expensive. Worth it though. I'm only going to be able to build one of these at a time. Let's get you in Milan, it's the higher population. And then we can also go back to boop, this. I'm realising that my face is actually in the way of log. So how about I move myself to say there. Well, not the combat log, but whatever that is. You are sieging, but you are losing food. Prisoners. Oh, they're Ferraran prisoner units. What do I do with them? Yeah, we're never going to take this in time, so you just back off. It's fine. Oh yes, and we have another technology to do as well. So now that we've completed basically all of my objectives in the military line, we got the peasant levy, we got the men-at-arms. We could get crossbows instead of the archers. So crossbows have way more army initiative, which is this. Initiative is the chance that regiments will engage during the combat phase of combat. So they will join a fight first before the men-at-arms do. But they have less morale because they take 20% more damage, morale damage, and they do 10% less ranged damage. So why would you ever use these? Unless there's actually a line of troops behind the men-at-arms. Does anyone know? Like, why would you ever use crossbows? Or archers? In the panel to the left, you can do prisoner actions. You can kill them, hire them as mercenaries or ransom. They're of another religion. You can also sell them in slavery. Interesting. Because I might just get crossbowmen, seeing as it's right here. They have high initiative, so they enter the battle first, where they will then take more damage and do less damage. But they do damage before the enemy. Oh, I see. So it's basically a first strike type thing. Alright, we'll research them just to see what they're like. We can recruit a unit or two. We should have quite a lot of manpower by the end of all of this. 6th Army is lacking in our commander. What is the 6th Army? Oh, it's the men-at-arms. Aha! The first of my new guys. And then you said that the prisoners... Oh, there's Drill. There's the prisoners. Ransom them. Hire them. Or execute them. I need to ransom. They accepted. Are these the guys I just ransomed? I'm not going to be that cruel. Also, you get to see what my new men-at-arms look like. Cool. Does Milan have a river going through it? No. The Emperor just died. So this could move to another country. Bohemia has left the Ghibellines. Right, because there's a new Emperor. Have they actually elected someone yet? No. Now Sicily's taken over as the Ghibelline leader again. Oh, another question. Cremona is now in our faction because I integrated them. Pienza already is. Parma, even though we have really high relations with them and they're a vassal, still haven't switched sides. Can I piece Croatia out? Actually, you guys are sieging over there, which I'm quite happy for you to do. Looks like we need to run some interception. Intercept them, and I'm going to intercept them. Couldn't have done that more perfectly. It is now October, so I think I can piece these guys out. Would you accept? You would not. Would you accept? You would. I'll do it until tomorrow. Okay, it's now tomorrow. How about you pay me all of the money? Actually... How do you feel about becoming a vassal? That's a lot of angry people. Of which only Venice is scary. I think I'm still just going to piece you out for money, because I still want to push south rather than northeast. I like having you as a buffer against the HRE, so just give me lots of money. Oh, and I can force your faction change too. Wait. No! I thought I deselected the vassal. Oh well, I guess I got a vassal. Gonna put a save in there. before I commit to this too much. That would lead to 13 antagonism, which is a lot less. And how is my diplomatic power? We have plenty. We are an uber diplomatic Milan, so we can afford to have a lot of vassals. The Milanese vassal swarm is real. Here comes Croatia. Where do you think you're going? Oh, what's happening there? Yeah, that's fine. We're on 0. We took out Montefeltro. Tourist area. Okay, now I really wish I hadn't taken Aquileia. I think we're about to piss off the entirety of Europe. To join. And I'm very happy that Mantua joined, because now I really want to kill them. Balance the armies, okay. Hopefully. What are we at? They have actually got more morale than I do. Less tactics and discipline, though. Victory. Good. And yeah, you can just sit there and start sieging. So I'm guessing the Mantua joined because effectively they joined the coalition. Are you attacking that? Losing. That doesn't seem smart. It wasn't. Petition for redress again. It's every time. Although the nobles are quite pissed off with me at the moment. My economy is definitely flagging a little. Giovanni del Torre died. He was the heir of Parma. So Parma have now lost 2 heirs. Typhus. Wow, you have a lot of tactics. Scagliere military ambitions. Nice. And you, I assume, are drilling. Yes, you are. Which is something I would definitely like to start doing. And speaking of drilling, actually, I can recruit another unit. I think I'll get another men-at-arms unit. This time, we'll go to Brescia. Still 28% on that siege. Yeah, Mantua has quite a few forts and things, so this is going to take some doing. And actually, I don't have any diplomats. I'm going to need quite a few diplomats at the end of all of this. So let's start boosting diplomacy. Just max it out. I have plenty of money in the bank at the moment. Good. Battle is joined, and they got smacked. The siege of Ferrara is taking a long-ass time. Alright, let's go hunt down these armies. See what my men-at-arms are really like. Check out the formation before we do this. You are in the centre, which is where I want you. Let's move 600 men to that flank. Subject Regency. We currently do not have a duke. The country is now ruled through a subject Regency. Verona loses liberty desire. Comes of age, which is 21st September 79. Oh, it's a couple of months. Too bad, because Visconti was very good. But Condrade is also really good. Meanwhile, everything that we could be siege... No, not true. Siege this guy down. Everything that can be sieged down should be being sieged down. I would love to piece Croatia out. Though their war enthusiasm is still very high. Unlike the other two, who are currently under occupation. Is Lombardy formidable for us? Yes, it is. Don't know where that's seen. Italy's a tier 3. I kind of would have expected Lombardy to be there. Siege of Ravenna successful. You're attacking me? Really? That's brave. I'll outnumber you forcibly. I think you would actually attack me. Fine, I'll attack you. Golden Ambrosian Republic disaster, 5% chance of occurring every month. Milan monarchy, regency, less than 80% legitimacy. Idealistic scholars are establishing a fledgling Republic of Milano. The rebellious academics already want significant popular support and threaten to destabilize the entire realm. Do I want the Ambrosian Republic? Because getting the legitimacy up would not be that difficult. Just need to increase spending in the court. This is Ambrosia. And also, here's Regency is going to end really soon, so I don't think they have the time to get the support that they want to get. Split that out. Doesn't look like Croatia's really doing anything. no counterattacks against Aquilia or anything like that. Corona's carried almost as much of this war as I am, which is quite impressive. Stability also leaves a lot to be desired. Supporting this. Siege of Montova is successful. Let's go up and down. Gotcha. Nope, men-at-arms are in the fight. It's a slaughter. It's an absolute slaughter. It's Croatia. Trying to cause me some problems. Oh. Yeah, they're not a problem. The problem has ceased to be a problem. Okay, so I have diplomats. One of the things I wanted to do with the diplomat was improve relations with Aquilia to keep them chill. And then I'm going to need to use diplomats probably to try to keep Venice chill. And yeah, probably some other people too. Oh, you're making a gunsmith. Nice. I don't have any of those yet. And then we just need to basically batten down the hatches and consolidate like crazy for a while. There we go. Subject turns against us. Ooh, he's not very good. He's only 16. Super diplomatic, which might be what we need. Warmongering, so they say, has caused ire amongst the subjects. The rumours go, then they think we care little for ruling justly and more about conquering like barbarians. As false and as rude as they are, it would be unwise to leave this be. So Aquilia gains liberty desire, and we lose some prestige. You know what? I will take that prestige. Because liberty desire may well become a problem. So at the moment, loyalty is not an issue. Castile praises our conviction. I don't care about your praising of my convictions, Castile. You are the false idol. Okay, so Mantua. No, we're still sieging this, even though we're now at 100 war score. Oh yeah, the Duke should probably get married. Now there are options. Oh, with Bohemia. And Hungary. And Savoy. And Lithuania. Oh, Marguerite is quite good too. Nice. Okay, so we have now just married Bohemia. Which I don't think results in a alliance automatically. That's okay. Just waiting for the siege of Modena to end, and then we're going to vassalize Mantua separately, and then vassalize Ferrara and force them into our faction. And then just watch this number explode. Thankfully, we can maintain quite a large military if we need to. How far are we from getting crossbows? We've almost got crossbows, so I'll go ahead and recruit a crossbowman next. And at least we'll have a large standing army. Way larger than people around us, and we have the economy to actually afford it too. Crossbows. Crossbowmen are a type of ranged fire unit that harnesses the increased firepower of crossbows, a much more powerful, albeit slow-loading projectile weapon. So how about some diplomatic things? Let's recruit them all. Subject opinion plus 10 might well be useful here. Yeah, let's start doing some of these. In recent years, the matter of culture and ideas based on the importance of humanity and nature have spread out. This not only applies to our people, but also those who have sworn allegiance to us, making it a new diplomatic tool. 35% of Modena forts. Come on, Modena! Damn it. Guess that is their capital. Oh, we're actually going to Croatia now. Croatia still has 100 war support. They're like, yeah, let's go! Oh, do we have any kids that we can educate more better? Not really. What's my diplomatic reputation like? It should be pretty... Oh yeah, 13. It's very high. Although I still have that lack of financial credibility penalty. Conflicts and protests within the Burkers over taxes, state-owned businesses, trade laws and customs policies are becoming quite frequent. So they can lose or prestige. I think I need to kind of keep my estates on my side right now. So we'll appease them. Nobility taxes can be raised. Burker taxes can also... Still 35% chance. Come on! Orange Cookie Drink, thank you for the follow, and Fox Chill, thank you also for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. Werewood weather. Doesn't last very long though. I don't know why I suddenly went northern when it had bad weather. Probably from my experiences living in Lancaster. Grey and gloomy is very much a thing in the north. And by a thing I mean the default weather. Did you just beat? Yeah, the Croatian army now has 0 people in it. That's quite an impressive army you have there, Mr. Croatia. That disaster also disappeared. Good. Siege of Modena is successful. So, with that in mind, Mantua, how would you like to have the opportunity of becoming a vassal? I would love the opportunity of becoming my vassal. That is going to piss off a lot of people. Venice is now dangerous. But they are the only one. And you're already in my faction, so that's fine. And then Ferrara. Actually make that a peace deal. So Ferrara becomes a vassal. Ferrara changes faction. Ferrara pays me money. Oh man. Again, are there any dangerous nations here? No. No, not really. And there we go. So let's go ahead and disband the levies. And bring my regular troops home. Alright, how is looking at diplomacy? We are still under a diplomatic capacity because our ruler is an incredible diplomat. So we got really lucky with that. We are still annexing Piacenza, which is going to piss people off further. And then the top 3 most angry nations are already my vassals. So it really is only Venice that I need to be a little cautious about. Let's go ahead. Oh, I can't improve opinion of you. Oh, diplomats are in the room. Just need to wait for those diplomats to finish. And now I am going to... Yeah, we're maxing diplomatic spending because we're going to need to. Need those diplomats to start placating people. I also have a lot of money, so let's go ahead and spend some of that. I can raise another unit. Did we raise the crossbows in the end? We didn't. Let's get some crossbows. We'll get them from... a moment. And... I kind of feel like I want to get another castle or two. Maybe in Vercelli to protect my flank. Or Novara. Let's put one in Novara, it's a bigger city. I mean, it's a provincial town as opposed to just a town. $23, that's fine. And then let's also build some more RGOs, I guess. Keep that baseline income coming in. Domdosa. Yeah, you're good to go for another gold mine level, so let's do that. And a solar, also. Noza, also. Breno, yep. And Pavia as well. Okay. We have an absolutely booming economy. Admittedly, stealing money from our enemies helps, but still. You guys together. And Alberto de Cremona is still the main man in charge. How old are you at this point? 50. Oh, I can have another rival. It's probably Provence. Yeah. Burghers are causing me problems. The crossbowmen just got built. We could also try to get some cavalry going. Although that's going to require us... Well, actually, it's not that big of a branch away. Yes, it is. It would require us to get commissioned officers, cavalrymen, heavy cavalrymen. What is this? Packs the chance of a unit late to battle joining their intended section. Oh, interesting. But no, I think I want to do civic and diplomatic and economic upgrades. Although I should be making an absolute fat stack of cash from all of my vassals, and yes I am. Especially the bigger ones. Got 12,000 in levies. Monthly manpower continues to rise. Need soldiers for the Castle Treviso, but now the armories should be working at full efficiency. I could build more armories. I don't think I need to just yet. We have a maximum manpower now of 2,400, so we can maintain a pretty decent force. And we're also able to maintain all of our fort maintenance and army maintenance at maximum, and diplomatic spending, without minting anything. And we are still making money. We are more than halfway through the annexation of these guys. RGO is missing people. That's in Pavia. I think we can probably go and some more, build some more buildings. How are we doing with trade? Market capacity is being used in its entirety. And there's still lots of opportunities for good trades. Oh, we're having to buy guns now. Oh no, we're selling them to Paris. I don't know. Do I want to get into the gun trade? How are we on culture capacity? I think culturally we're still remarkably... where is that shown? Society. We're not using any of it because we're still almost entirely Lombard. 92% Lombard. Build a castle in Vercelli. I mean, I've just put one in Novara. I don't think I need one in both. I'm well under the castle limit. I mean, actually, one thing I would like to do is see where the castle... Fort level, I guess it's called. That's fort limit. This goes to fort building. Where's the fort level? Did you know that if your capital is upstream from the downstream control, you gain its equal... I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. Between the nice spread of resources, enough food, high-value goods, plenty of iron, lumber, fabric, the amount of cities and the amount of neighbours you can beat up, as well as the early institutions, does seem perfect for beginners. I would agree. I've heard people say that Hungary is good for a beginner. I think it's too big. I've heard people say Serbia is good for beginners. That's possible. Brandenburg is terrible for beginners. England, I think, is a bit too big, especially as you start at war basically with France. Of the nations that I have seen people talk about and that I have now myself played, Milan's fantastic for beginners. You start in a really strong military situation where you can beat up basically everyone except maybe Verona. But Verona has a incident fairly early on where everyone just jumps on them and they never recovered, at least in this game. You're in the trade node with Genoa, and Genoa's really good at buying in all the stuff that your pops need. And then you're basically split equally between Genoa and Venice. You get the institutions incredibly early because you're in Italy. Yeah, they're just super solid. Get another division. Let's get another... Why are you so expensive? Because equipment's getting expensive. Yeah, it turns out that maintaining an army requires weapons. Crazy. Do it in... Cremona. Cremona's our crossbow capital. And then we will have an equal number of standing troops as Venice. So we have more advanced units than they do. What about Mali? Don't know. I saw Mastani playing Mali last week, but I wasn't able to stay long enough to really gauge. I do think that I have sufficient funds for some RRGO construction. A couple of them still under construction. Or... Oh, we're starting to need books. Which is a scriptorium, I believe. Yes. Pavia's already got level 2 scriptorium. Pavia still has sufficient burghers where I could do this. It's really not that expensive either. What requires books? Library? Yes. And I don't have any of these yet. What do libraries do? Cultural influence, pop promotion speed, literacy, max literacy, institution growth. Can I get one of those in Pavia, please? I also one in Milan as well. Get them next door to each other. Maybe we'll need more scriptoriums. I don't want to go below 100 ducats, so I'm not going to build anything else. Except and unless there are candidates for market villages. And there are. No, those are in other territories. However, once the annexation is done, then maybe there will be. Let's go back to speed 4. Have better educations. So Katrina is gifted. Yeah, I think that's fine. And Giovanni, who I apparently cannot select from that screen, is still rowdy and still getting the military? Yeah. Doesn't seem to be affecting him as much, though. Are rebels, but I'm not particularly concerned about them. We do have a little bit of inflation, so let's drop minting so it's now looking positive rather than negative, just while that disappears. The Burkers still absolutely hate us, but it is rising slowly. The sale of titles gain a bunch of money, but the nobility lose satisfaction or the nobility gain satisfaction. At the moment, I don't really need the money so much, and yeah, having you more satisfied I think would actually be a good move. So let's do that. We have over 80 legitimacy now. Meanwhile, we have a bunch of diplomats. Prove opinion. Prove opinion. Prove opinion. Not the really scary people. At least on that side of the Alps. Still allied to the Austrians. Bohemia still really likes us. The Bavarians not so much, so we could probably invest a little bit in placating them. Let's placate France. How's Hungary feel? Hungary is also a little bit miffed, but honestly nobody cares particularly about the fact that I'm consolidating like crazy in northern Italy. This annexation is very nearly done. I don't need a spy network in Ferrara anymore. And this is where we put our massive diplomatic corps to work. Is Austria still HRE Emperor? I'm not actually sure who is at the moment. Nobody. Integrate. Advanced reach, subject opinion +10. In recent years, the masses of culture and ideas based on the importance of humanity and nature have spread out. This not only applies to our people, but also to those who have sworn allegiance to us, making it a new diplomatic tool. 10% faster pop promotion speed could be really good, actually. I'll consider that. %20 initiative. However, I think we probably want to take a look at these. Yeah, I think we do. Maybe not the bottom ones, but this line for sure. Food production, literacy for clergy, for burghers, RGO size, supply limits. Alright, I think I'm going to get one more unit of men-at-arms. I'll call that good enough. 1,000 man standing army. Annexing Piacenza! Done. We've gained cores. Alright, the next one that we need to get is Parma. Why is it diplomat? It's easy enough. Piacenza, how is your control? At the moment it's maxed out, but that's because it used to be one separate country. So that's going to drop. Improving relations with Ferrara. Oh, no. And there we go. Alright, Parma. Annexation time. Zero liberty desire for everyone. Anatomical theatre. Local doctors in Lodi have begun to pay good money to study fresh corpses. The physicians claim this allows them to improve their knowledge of the human body, documenting it for the betterment of mankind. Improving the grasp of human anatomy is not an argument that impresses the locals when the graves of the recently deceased are found open in the morning, however. The citizens of Lodi are now demanding that we restrict these horrible practices and put a stop to the grave robberies. So we lose research progress, or we lose clergy estate. I'm going to piss off the clergy a bit. I'm sure it'll be fine. Kid. Is that mine? No. Oh, I was getting so excited. I thought I finally had a coastline. But no! Oh, there's the border. So close. So close! Oh, I should have you guys drilling. Now that I've remembered that that is in fact a thing you can do. It's a pinned action. Let me see your pinned actions. Yeah. And how can I see your experience? That's what this is, right? Cool. So that way they should get a bit more strength. We are kind of hemorrhaging money at the moment. Well, hemorrhaging profit, not actual cash. Piacenza. Can get an upgrade. Keeping an eye on the number of burghers which are currently short. Or labourers, rather. Wittelsbach was elected. Lower Bavaria. And their relations with me are kind of poor at the moment, so yeah, I should improve relations with them. So we're on the same side here, buddy. 6% ahead of the Guelphs. Travelling minstrels. A group of renowned minstrels recently crossed our nation's borders, their intentions to roam the Duchy of Milan's countryside, bringing joy to all who would hear them. So we can allow them to go where they want, the nobility and the commoners like that, we can gain legitimacy. Legitimacy is not a problem. So please, Rome, improve my people's love for us. Still the burghers who are pissed, but now the nobles and everyone else quite likes us, so that's good. Yeah, have some more taxes. Still can't quite do it. Well, I would still like to increase the strength of my production. So Piacenza is being improved. Rona would be next, and then Row. Row is more expensive than expected. Resolution to be voted on. Unprotecting the free cities. Why do I care? I'm not an elector, am I? No, it's because everyone can vote, not just the electors. Doesn't affect me in the slightest. Lower Bavaria relations, off we go. You can definitely see that Germany is starting slowly but surely to consolidate into larger states rather than a billion different single province miners. I don't feel like I need to spend quite so much on diplomacy anymore. I'm increasing relations with everyone that I particularly care about. I still want to keep a little bit of diplomacy going so I can have at least one diplomat kicking around should I need them. I think I'm going to let stability continue to rise. The loss no longer valid. Until we get to 50 stability, and then I'll probably just cut it. Make it just maintenance rather than improve, which should just free up a bunch of cash. Because my stability payments right now are huge. Absolutely enormous. What's that about? That was an event. It's gone. Negentius Fei de Filius. No indulgences. Castile praises conviction. I'm sure you do. I can finally do a religious influence thing. Where can I see the cardinals? Can make Count Matteo Visconti into a saint. Which one was it, though? Or what else can we do with this? Okay, we have lots of different seats available. Well, I think that our capital should get one. Agreed. Starts building a cardinal seat, cost 38. I can afford that. And what's this going to give me? Clergy, food consumption goes up, literacy goes up, that's pretty cool, and we get a cardinal. Okay, cool. Definitely want to invest some more into that in the future, I think. Because we very much intend to stay loyal to Rome. Could even do Unity of Faith thing. In fact, we haven't actually declared whose side we're on. We should probably declare for Rome, seeing as their support is starting to wane. Unfortunately, I don't have the influence for it now. Classic. Oh, this is very nearly over. And it's coming down in favour of the HRE. Ah yes, rivals, thank you. I do need a new one. Oh, I can choose Provence again. But we just eclipsed them, so we probably shouldn't. So Bologna, Sicily, Arborea. Somehow I can be a rival with them, even though they are considered insignificant. I'd say let's do Provence again. I'm a rival. No, I'm not a rival. Now I'm a rival again. More food production, jolly good. This was on the far right side of this thing. And we want to do some of these. So let's boost the literacy for the clergy. Clergymen have to be literate by the nature of their occupation, based on learning, interpreting, and spreading the religious doctrine. Therefore, their spiritual formation heavily relies on the access to the religious doctrine and teachings. Also, I realised I think I ever read this one out. I did not. Agriculture is the base for most societies for as long as they have records. In recent times, a series of advances are being developed, improving the productivity of our fields and farms, and allowing greater food surpluses. And the clergy are how numerous? 10,000. Very. Workers are 30,000. They're even more so. So I think we're going to want to boost the literacy of both of those. We're back over 100 ducats in the bank, which is good. Oh yes, I was going to see if we needed to assimilate anyone else. So like the increasing control in Brescia, I don't think is necessarily required. Pienza, how much control do we have here? It's already going to be really high. So cabinet. This is really an assimilation thing, probably. To Lombard. And Pienza is 0% Lombard, so we absolutely want to do that. And furthermore, we want to make sure that this is a diplomat working here. Whoa, Rosso Moneta. Crazy good. I think you're probably going to be my next general. Prospero, however, really high diplomacy. I think we may have just found somebody better, even better than Alberto. I'm part of the nobility who tend to be very loyal. So let's put Moneta in charge. Excellent diplomacy, the skilled work of our diplomats in the enviable situation of strength our duchy finds itself in are proving beneficial to the standing amongst our peers. So appeased estates, reputation. I don't need the reputation, my reputation's already stellar. We've somehow managed to pretend to the world that we're not belligerent arseholes. Somehow. Okay, are there any buildings that would provide me with an absolute bumper crop in terms of cash? Yeah, paper. Pavia could build one of these, and it would be pretty profitable. Although 0.47, I think that RGOs are still just better. Oh yeah, they are. Yeah, 0.76, they are just better. And how are we looking in terms of trade? We have 20 trades currently. And accepted, so the free cities are no longer protected. We're back up to making 10 ducats a month in profit again. So our economy has bounced back. I feel like my stability keeps on dropping. Despite this massive investment. It still hasn't hit 50. Western Schism is being debated. Oh yes, and I could now do the Unity of Faith. Which does what? Every location in the designated province has pop conversion and unrest reduction. Do we have unrest as a problem? Kind of. How do I vote? Here, maybe? It says it's waiting for me to vote, but I'm not seeing what I'm voting for. Because it's not letting me choose. Little checkboxes. Oh, these things. Those are buttons? They do not look like buttons. They should be like pulsing or something. There's a lot of cardinals. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 5, 7, 8. Yeah, which is the 19 total. What are we voting on? Dunno. I would very much like to have shown support to Rome, but maybe we can get more out of being a wild card, I don't know. Voting for the true Pope, maybe? Seems to have come out of kind of nowhere, though. A little more information on that would have been very nice. Anyway, I think we're about ready to build another RGO. No, Brescia can't. I wish there was a way of, like, filtering out places that are already fully developed. Asola could do with more. Preparing that beeswax. Seal of confession. Religious institutions are considered sacrosanct and above the petty plots and schemes of countries and spies. This is why it's crucial to infiltrate them. Many secrets that would never have been spoken aloud are told in confidence to religious authorities, with the practice of confession has even turned into an institution. A church in Ferrara, a country on which we have focused our espionage efforts, has presented an unprecedented opportunity to exploit this. One of our local agents, posing as a nun in a local convent, has found out that she can overhear the conversations from confessionals while doing chores in the church. While she is likely to escape detection, the plan would outrage religious authorities if discovered. Is it worth taking the opportunity? I don't really care about getting spy network there, so I'm going to take the free prestige. Thank you very much. RGO is still growing. Glass guilds are losing money. Why are you losing money? Probably because the costs. Oops. Required goods cost 0.68. Okay, and what can you tell me about the required goods that go into this? So the cost of lumber and sand are quite high, so is tools. Lumber and tools are something I can do something about both. Production, goods. Wool Guild. Lumber was the other thing. Which can make an absolute fortune in Milan. Well, hang on. There are RGOs that do lumber. Yes. Body can be expanded. Cost 33, that's fine. I've gone into my emergency fund a little bit here, so if a negative event comes up, we may well need to take a loan, but I think it's worth it to try and balance that out a little bit. Now people are pissed that I haven't had the Senate for a while, so we'll do that. We're going to host it in Pavia. What do we want to do? Promote castle works. Forts are cheaper. We move towards defensive, which I'm okay with. Officer lists makes the peasants significantly happier. Gravel road network. Grading the roads would be good. Although there's nowhere in particular I massively want to build roads, except maybe Cluzone and Treviso. But with the amount of money we have and the amount of money we're making, we're not going to get that done anytime soon. Forest exploitation, forestry cost reduction. That's something we can do. Okay, and then we should take a look to see what they want for this. So support for land focus loses navy tradition. What's a navy? There we go, job's done. That was very easy. So in the meantime, we have cheaper forestry expansion. So we may as well spend money here. Which I'm going to assume is the lumber production places. Is this a forestry? Or is a forestry a separate building? Forest villages? I think it must be the forest exploitations. Doesn't say anywhere what it's actually called. But considering the cost is only 22.6... Expand forest, yeah, it is. Alright, well, I would say let's do one of those. Let's do one of those. Let's take out a loan. Don't usually like doing this, but for this I will. Because they're cheap, so we may as well expand them everywhere. We'll even buy 2 of those. There we go, get the most out of that. Then after this we'll work on paying that debt off. How much are we paying in interest? 0.5 ducats, that's nothing. Ooh. The reduction in cost is not actually once you've completed the vote. This is something I got wrong. Expand forest exploitation while the issue is being debated. So it just being active gives you this. Once it actually passes, you get these. Which means that we basically get a free forestry in Bardi and in Chiavenna. But yeah, definitely note the fact that this is while the issue is being debated. you get this. Which is why there was that little bit of a crunch on time. I'm actually kind of tempted to take out another loan and just double down on this. Ooh, Navarra. Urban Parliament seat. Berchtesgaden satisfaction. Support and Senato. Done. Actually, I like getting urban seats as a free upgrade. Cool. Do I want to do more on the lumber side? Because they won't be able to... utilize them for a while. I mean, these three you're not going to earn very much, but upgrading these is really profitable. Lecco isn't going to have the population to do it, but Body absolutely will. In fact, I can afford to do it again. The fact this only costs 22 is insane. You will be there under supplied for a little while. And we have enough market access that we can sell timber to anyone else as well. That's not a problem here. How actually is Bardi? Let's let go. Excited. God damn it! Every time I get close to getting 50% stability, it goes down. There's Bardi. Bardi's control is 41. But Bardi is becoming a very good candidate to build a road to, if it's going to have a high level. Cost 115 to do. Yeah, let's do it. I'm going to take out another loan. And I'm just going to max out Bardi. To level 8. And we may as well put another one in Lecco as well if they ever get the manpower for it. Although that's less likely. You need sand to build a road, so if sand is expensive, the road costs jump up quite a bit. Oh, interesting. Okay, so how would I sand? Loan taken over, that's fine. Sand fits. Yeah, I don't have anything that actually produces sand. That's RGOs. Is there a building that does it? Yes, you can build a sand pit anywhere. It really depends on if it's actually that expensive. Clusone changes stance in the debate, loses 5% support, but the Parliament supports at 72%, so it's totally fine. It would be relatively easy to get another 27% support to get you to 99. That would go over, be 100. So I could actually do one of these, then all three of these. Except these tend to mess with the satisfaction of the various states. Yeah, I actually really can afford all three of those. So do I want CB on somebody. Like Bologna. I have a CB on them already, I think. Or do I just request the extra taxes? It's only for a year. 25% more. No. Not gonna do it. Not worth it. I do kind of wish there were more things you could do in the Senate that don't just cost you a flat 50%. Like a little bit more give and take, perhaps. Would be nice. Como changed his stance in the debate. That's gone down a bit. We've got the max literacy for the clergy. And the Senate has agreed to this. So Chiavenna and Lugano both gained an extra level of lumber as well. We're going to be producing so much lumber at the end of this. Let's go and continue working on these things. Because I would like for the Burkers to have more max literacy, please. The Burkers are reliant on their skills and abilities to prosper, which in turn depends on having good literary education on certain matters. Their increasing wealth as the economy progresses also makes for an increased demand for any literature that widens their written culture. Since my ruler's heir was underage, I got the emperorship stolen from me by the newly rechristened Bohemia. Oh. Most of these guys are going to be falling off the coalition train very soon. A daughter is born. Rotating emperorship. Pepper, grains, gain, and pearls. None of those are anything I can do anything about. The Emperor is dead. Long live the Emperor. I'm wondering if I can increase relations with Perusia. I can. Let's do that. Gonna get another diplomat next month, so it's not an issue. Heir can have a better education. Elisabetta is balanced. She's slow. Great. I need you to have more kids, please. Unfortunately, they're both girls at the moment. But they are also only 3 and you're only 21, so there is time. While the assimilation continues to rise, stabilizing is going good. Annexation is more than half, probably more like 2/3. We're not getting a diplomat again for some reason. Imperial election. Austria is the emperor, and guess who I'm allied to? Hi, friend. Lollardy. New heresy has appeared in Christianity. Oh, so close to actually hitting 50%. 2 months and I do. 2 months! Come on, can we do it? Radical reforms. Some of our most trusted advisors have been conversing a lot in private recently. Plotting, some would say. Drafting plans for Milan's future, others would say. Whatever it is they are discussing is clearly controversial enough to warrant some secrecy. At last they finally approach the court to present the results of their conferences. The thick stack of papers that often contains plans for radical changes to the nation's trade policies, including increased protectionism, additional regulation and altered industrial policy. So we lose stability, because of course we do, but we gain prestige. Or we move towards traditionalism, we gain stability, but we lose legitimacy. I'm kind of okay with the suggestion that was stupid. Because 10 prestige? Eh? That 20 stability took a long time to increase. Losing 10 legitimacy is significantly cheaper to raise than stability is. However, we have the traditionalism. Let's see what that does. We are already very traditionalist. And we've already embraced all the institutions, so I don't care about that. Are they suggesting we're not effective? And then with that, I can drop this, because I don't need to raise it anymore. Hello, money. Fact. You're currently doing stability. If I had you assimilate instead, is there anyone that I need to assimilate? Not really. So yeah, this is totally fine. And now I'm making 24 ducats. Ka-ching! And yes, I can repay a loan now if I want to. I don't think I do. I think I want to try to maintain over 100 ducats again. Barnaburge has died. He was the guy doing the stability, so if I wanted to bring in someone to do assimilations, I could. Especially because you're about to be annexed, in which case we probably want another assimilation person. So yeah, let's hire someone. High administrative capabilities. Which Sozo is. And then instead of stabilizing, we're going to assimilate. Oh! That's diplomatic. I hired you for the wrong reason. Is there anything administrative that we need? Control. Development? We could develop our capital region. Why can't I select these? I don't understand what these conditions are. location of the capital state is not cool. It's not available. Neither integration nor integrate Lombard claims are available. Which means there's nowhere to do that. Which means that wasn't the issue. I think everything is already integrated. It just may not yet be assimilated. That's what we're working on. So the glass guilds are still unprofitable, so we probably do want to try to produce, or yeah, produce sand. Because I'm going to assume that's what's causing me the problems. Trying to see is the price of sand in this market. Market, Genova market. But what's really expensive at the moment? Pepper, pearl, amber. I mean, there's lots of things that we just don't have any surplus of. I guess really the question here is, what do we have the most in negative goods balance? We do actually have a negative in guns. We probably should invest in that at some point. So. Oh, literacy for burghers. So I think the problem with sand is it goes up and down constantly. It's not really profitable at the moment. Horticulture with that one. Oh wait, I don't have universities yet? Curtailing the rights of the nobility would be pretty useful. It would also give me progress towards centralization, which I do want. Pop promotion speed would also be super helpful. Let's go with the I think that was a lower priority. Plot promotion speed is basically always useful, because it means that whenever we're building buildings and you have all of these missing employees, either be it RGOs or buildings, you'll get them faster. Have I built libraries in all of my cities? No, I've got like 1 or 2 of them. That is something that I could do with expanding, though. You're not wrong. Let's see where we are looking. Libraries. Okay, we are lacking libraries. Could have sworn I built one in Milan. Yeah, we do. Those are not showing. So Brescia definitely should have one. 37, they're not that expensive either. Probably Cremona too. I don't want to go too far into building those because I only have one source of books at the moment. And secondly, I still want to pay these debts off. So I'm not constantly paying the interest. Although there's no real time pressure on this. I just want to make sure that they don't get cycled around. When do they become... 35 months. So we have about 3 years until we need to pay those off, so that's fine. Religious influence has gone down. That's not good. And there we go. Parma's been annexed. Boom. Alright, so first things first, we need to make sure that we assimilate them. So you're currently working on assimilating Novara. I think I need to bite the bullet and change this person to be a diplomat. Theodora Pesky would be a good choice. You're freaking useless at everything else, but at least you can assimilate Parma very, very quickly. So Lombard and Parma. So, there we go. So we are now assimilating with all of our capabilities. So we don't have anyone from the crown on the council, but we also don't have anyone from the nobility, so swings and roundabouts, I guess. Successful embassy, prestige, and Verona likes us some more. Nice. 94.1%. So nearly done with that. I can reduce diplomatic spending because I don't need that many diplomats, which frees up some more money to start paying off the debts. And in fact, I think I'm going to go ahead and pay off this first one. It'll just be 3 months and then I can pay off the next, which would be really nice. You know what, for stability, let's go to 0.05 increase. Seems like a reasonable level of investment. With legitimacy being so high, I think we'll probably get away with 0.1. What does legitimacy actually do? Ah, that's crown power. No, we're going to continue investing in crown power, actually. It's a pretty cheap return on investment, I think. And next month we can pay off that other loan. Debt-free. So we've already paid off all of the lumber RGOs that we've built, which is very good. And our economy is once again thriving. And you've fully populated now. Costs 45 to expand. You know, go ahead and do that. Don't want to say no to more gold. No, I haven't built the sandpit yet. That is the other thing I should probably do. How much were they again? 44. So we'll wait until we have 144 in the bank, and then I will consider building one in Parma, where the profit would seem to be the highest. Do you know what? Let's sand. I would like to favour it so I can see it here. Because at the moment, sand and lumber are expensive. Lumber is going to become very cheap soon. Sand, however, is going to require a bit more investment. Oh, that's probably for the armories. Yeah, we should research the ability to make firearms. We should also make a chancery. Actually, the round garden would be good too. Isn't army tradition. That's not too shabby. Oh, and the experience also decreases the rate of decay. That's good to know. Oh, temples give control? That I had not realised. So yeah, we definitely want to build one here. Where does it say that? Ah, there, +5. Yep, we definitely want a temple then. Okay, that is in fact getting priority. What about the cathedral? That is migration, attraction, conversion, and literacy. It's a big literacy boost. Kind of interesting you can build cathedrals everywhere, but temples in only a few spots. Before I forget, let's get that sandpit going in Parma. Temples, bridges, and libraries are very good to look at. Yeah, I remember someone mentioning bridge before. Oh, that is something I can build. Movement cost and proxy cost. I mean, actually building a bridge in Pavia is probably pretty much critical. It being where it all expands from. We'll give it 2 months. Clergy literacy doesn't feel very useful. It depends on the size of your clergy, probably, and also the clergy are the ones who are producing the majority of your advance points. So the more of that you have, the faster they'll advance. Don't want efficiency of cabinet down. Okay. Stability dropped. I'll go to 0.1. It's totally fine. Factory would make a lot of money. Milan one too. I'm assuming that's because leather is expensive, which it probably is, considering armories require leather. Top promotion speed, the dream of most peasants of escaping poverty and climbing the social ladder, is but a reality within our society. By rewarding hard work, meticulousness, and proper embodiment of our ideals, we'll never have a shortage of capable and influential people. Alright, then the next thing we wanted... What does the Chancery do again? This is the one that increases... Oh no, this is literacy. Yeah, efficiency of cabinet. As long as it's built in the capital. So we really need to build one of those in Pavia. Alright, save up to the 250 ducats we're going to need to do that. And then, in fact, we may as well get the second level Chancery in that case. Just get both. And yes, we also want to build that bridge in Pavia, so let's get that done first. There we go, back at making 20 ducats a month again. Admittedly, a lot of that is from our diplomatic efforts and our vassals. Firearms still short. Glass Guild still losing money. Is it only the sand that's causing this? Lumber and sand being expensive is what's causing this. The sand in particular. Man, the profit margins on this is really low. Like, really, really low. Maybe I should build another sand pit. No, I want to get the Chancery. Chancery is my first goal. It appears that Caterina Visconti has become shrewd. Are you the one that's also gifted? No. I think you having a balanced education is just fine. Expensive, requires 250 ducats. That is quite pricey. Sand is 0.5 ducats, lumber is 1.5. So no, lumber is 3 times more expensive. But we can see here that there is a higher demand for it with the stacked number of coins. Coming of age, Giovanni Maria Visconti has reached level 16, or level 16, age 16. Good stuff. Can I show the control map mode? I can. There you go. We generally actually have fairly decent levels of control. We could probably do a bit more with a road up to Treviso. Oops. Let's go build the building that we were going to do, which was Chancery and Pavia. A travelling preacher, the erosion of faith caused by the Western Schism has cut deeply. You're not very good, so... No. 97% completed. Come on, Ghibellines. Now, do I want to get another sand thing? Probably. Prestige it. Oh, the Burk is finally happy with me. They're finally happy with me! Huzzah! Good. That took a while to recover. What else do I want to produce? Let's see if there's any RGOs that I can invest in right now which are obvious. And actually, honor. Wait. Those are labourers. If we build the sand pit in Parma, does that also use labourers? Yes. And you're already getting a sand pit. Why don't we build a second one? Which will make use of the labourers that you have there already in surplus. So that hopefully drops the price of labour. Lumber we are going to get a lot of in the future once all of those are fully populated. Back to this. Now we know that a lot of our wood is going to come from Bardi, so I am kind of thinking that we probably do want to connect here. It'll cost 115 to do. So let's wait until we have 215 ducats and then do this. And then the next thing that we want to take a look at is building a road. Let's just choose from here. If we were going to road to Treviso, that would cost me 189 to do. Which actually not nearly as expensive as I kind of expected it would be. And we also want a road to Clouzone. Get these provincial capitals connected to everything. The Emperor is dead again. Power struggle. .3. Habsburg's in power again. Let's get that road going. And then I needed, what was it, 190 for the other road. So I need to get 290 ducats before I can do that. There's the Chancery records. And Vescelli has become core. Courage, urbanization, and cabinet action. Oh, promotion speed. Huh. I would also quite like to get gunsmiths. Dedicated to the production and maintenance of firearms, the gunsmith produces various quality firearms, as well as related components such as barrels, locks, and triggers. And the other thing I want to get is the noble estate Equilibrium would be good. And the RGOs in towns and cities also. This one actually would potentially be really big. Because we actually have quite a few towns and cities now in Milan. We are quite an urbanized population. Humbug! I see no future for guns in Europe. Crossbows for everyone. All of you are going down. It's not ideal. Golden Hordes struggling a bit. Who are you fighting? Halcyon Golden War. Halch, Bulgaria, Volnesia, and Georgia. Sweet Georgia. One I'm surprised is not growing is Muscovy. Novgorod. Sweden. Can still see the outskirts of Greenland, but we don't know if there's anything out there. So we can't see the Greenland colony, for example. I don't know if that actually disappears at some point through event or something. Meanwhile, everyone who hated us has basically given up on hating us. So before the Ghibelline progress finishes, is there anyone I want to pick on? Although I think we won't have time to actually fabricate. Because we could go after Bologna. Oh heck, we could even go after Florence. Ooh. Naples is having problems. Tyrol rivaled me. Enact a policy for free cities. Free cities abolished. Yes. I will agree to this. Doesn't really affect me, but it will mean more consolidation in Hitchery. I'll lose the prestige and the money. This is why I keep a surplus. Still trying to get to the 290 ducats I need to build that road to Treviso. The Chancery in Pavia is about to finish, which will increase the assimilation speed a little bit. Okay, barely affected it. Glory to Visconti! Scholars have discovered ancient documents tracing the heritage of the Visconti dynasty back to Julius Caesar himself. So we can gain some legitimacy or some prestige. My legitimacy is basically capped out. So I'll take the prestige, thank you. Let's see a breakdown of what my levies are. Says numbers, not the types. So who are you fighting now, Genoa? Your armies are raised, but I don't think you're fighting anyone. 99.6. Sand getting ever more expensive. Oh geez, it is as well. Well, I'm still going to save up the 290 that I need for that road. Up to Treviso, then after that we can look at sand production again. So the fruits of my diplomatic offensive are coming to a close soon. 99.8. 99.95. Next month it should end. Let's see what happens. Sicily. Still the Ghibelline leader. We are a fair bit stronger than them. Yeah, we have more than double their troops. Probably more economy too. Oh. I'm even allied with Austria, who's the emperor. The Council of Bazas. Diplomats of France have arrived in our court, summoning representatives of our clergy to attend a council in Bazas. Although the legitimacy of the council is already called into question by their opponents, it could be an important milestone to resolving the Western Schism. Pretender's audacity or authority. Is there anything I'm trying to use influence for at the moment? Well, I only have 16. We're going to reject the pretenders. Get even more prestige. And there we go. Victory for the Ghibellines. Over the last centuries, we have supported and defended the rights of the Holy Roman Empire as the legitimate overlord of Italy, as a proud member of the Ghibellines. Now the Guelphs have finally considered their puny demands and bent knee to the rightful imperial rule. Every country with their capital in the region of Italy, but not Lazio, Campania, and Principato, Apulia, Basilicata, and Calabria and Sicily, would join the HRE and add every location they own to it. So the HRE just got notably bigger. Yeah, with places like Florence and Siena and the likes being added. So basically everything up to but not including the Papal States. We blobbing up? This is a chunky HRE, you're not wrong. Arborea still exists. I'm so curious about Arborea, because they are the only country that I know of that is a high judicate. Judge Francisco II de Serabas. Like, what does that mean? What does it give them? What are their unique government type bonuses and stuff? Anyway, still waiting for a lot of the lumber stuff to come online, and I think the price of lumber does continue to rise. Price of sand is still fluctuating, but no, I'm still trying to get the frickin' road. Stop getting distracted. Arborea is a native Sardinian tag. Yeah, I know. I'm just curious about them. Haven't had much to do with it. End of the Guelphs and the Ghibellines. The Papal States decided at least some peace returns to Italy. At long last, the conflict between the two rival factions, the Guelphs and the Ghibellines in Italy, has found its end. Despite the best efforts of the Guelphs, the combined political and economic strength of the Ghibellines both bested their ambitions and managed to gain dominance over Italy. Yeah. So this would effectively be part of the Shadow Empire? I'm trying to remember what that event chain was called in EU4. Obviously that's not for another like 100 years or something. Looked at it and tagged you in your server module. Now I have to say I'm more curious about what the country was. Oh, you mean Arborea? Yeah. Shadow Kingdom, that was it. Schism being voted on again. Valhalla! I heard that. Hang on, we're supposed to be good Catholics down here. I beg your pardon. Ah, Valhalla! Bloody Swedes, they get in everywhere. What was it you were saying earlier? I don't like Swedes. They're coarse and rough, irritating, and get everywhere. Yeah. Valhalla! Now, there was something I was waiting for. 290, that was it. I was waiting to build my road to Treviso. So, selecting Pavia, road builder to Treviso. 190, keeping 100 in the bank. Get it built. And the road to Bardi is nearly finished. And then at that point, I just need to get the road from Pavia to Sone, which is another 190. The nobility is unhappy. What right do you have to be unhappy? How dare you? There we go. Gunsmith has been unlocked, dedicated to the production and maintenance of firearms. The gunsmith produces various quality firearms as well as related components, such as barrels, locks, and triggers. How much? Oh, so they produce two different things, ammunition and barrels. So they need saltpeter and iron or lead. You get more out of iron, we have a lot of iron. And then the barrel you can do with either wood, iron and tools, but only a tiny amount of each, or iron and tools. Ah, that's what I got. Yeah, we can actually make really efficient guns. We're probably going to need to make some more tools as well. Sure, let's go into the arms industry. Cool. Next thing to research. RGO size in towns and cities. I think it's going to have actually a really big impact. Accounting for dedicated areas of resource exploitation during planning will allow our urban centres to produce more goods than before. And I also don't need to have nearly as many people doing diplomacy anymore. Saves us even more cash. But I have tapped into my minimums here. Free cities have been abolished. Wave of obscurantism. Recently, researchers in the Duchy have published several works with radical theses that could prove destabilizing if disseminated, so I lose a bit of stability but gain research. Or I lose research but gain stability. I'll take the research. Knowledge is power. Study hard and be evil. Castile and France still support Barzas. Most of the support... Yet to vote 10. Yeah, I think we've all voted. Emmanuel Bruno just died. So we need another diplomat in place. How much? 71 ducats to employ him. Wow. Meanwhile, Silvestre... No, these are diplomats I want. Silvestro Bianchi, however, is freaking phenomenal. He'd also make a really good general. He's also only 35. But I think we're going to go for Cristoforo, rather. And now I'm significantly more in the red than I would like to be. But our road to Bardi is going to finish very soon. So the control there at the moment is 42. And when that road completes, it will probably be 42. 43. Still 42. I think it resets at the end of the month. A single piece of unique content, and that is the Hudicate reform. Interesting. And it goes up to 55, so actually an increase of 13% control. And considering how much we're emphasizing the RGO here, that's pretty good. Price of lumber, especially in our own territories, should go down pretty significantly. Sand is still a problem, though. Are we exporting sand or something? Like, what's going on here? Nope. In fact, all of our current trades are super valuable. We could probably do with investing some more into marketplaces. I mean, there's so many things we could do with investing in. I should probably also take a look at recruiting some more soldiers, because we're nearing the manpower cap. Or we need to start thinking about fighting somebody. Oh, Cristofo just died. So I just paid a shit ton of money to have you appointed to that position for you to last less than a year. Classic. And interestingly, even if you don't have a person assigned to the cabinet, it does actually do the job still. Ooh, Ferraris disloyal. But why? The why is because we're still improving relations with them. Okay, now I can hire a replacement. So once again, this wants to be a high diplomacy person, so I think Ascanio Roman, who at least is 35, so he should last a bit longer. Come in. Sand is basically being bought at exactly the same rate as it's produced at. Gunsmith has just finished. And there are missing firearms. Did they get employed straight away? I think they did. Katarina, you're the gifted one, aren't you? Yes, you are. Yeah, your stats are really good already. Elizabeta's slow. Can I? You're the daughter. You're the one who's shrewd. Katerina is gifted. And she's the ruler's youngest sister. I wonder if there's a way that I can make you the doesn't look like it. What about disinheriting Elisabetta? I could have her take the vows. Can only do it if you're not an heiress, which she is. I need to be careful about marrying her as well. They sure insulted us. Did they indeed? What do you produce? Stone. What? Fish? In the middle of the Alps? This place is known for its fish. I guess it has a river going through it, but fish! Alright. Sure. Oh, sturdy grains. We're always in shortage of those. And then wool. I mean, you don't have anything particularly valuable. I was kind of hoping for coal or sulfur or iron or something like that. No. Going for free stuff is always nice, but I don't think it's critical. Fish. Right, so we've returned to our minimum again. I think I still want to get another sand pit somewhere. Probably, honestly, build another one in Barama. Just have that, the sand center. Required goods cost... What required goods? Oh, tools. And lumber. Oh, okay. I mean, what we could really probably do with is making tools even cheaper. Yeah, tools are definitely something that we should be focusing on, seeing as they cost... Oh, they only cost iron? I thought they would cost iron and wood, but apparently not. Tools workshops are quite cheap. Let's build one. Where's Verona? What are you getting so angry about? Country strength of all vassals compared to the overlord is rising. exactly does profess trust and curry favors do? Wait, why am I not improving opinion with that? Oh, did that max out? May have maxed out. Alright, well I'll say let's go ahead and improve opinion with you. And this would kind of suggest that we should probably work on annexing somebody again. And the next in line for annexation would be Verona. Although I could certainly say I would prefer to annex Mantua. Can I annex you? I already can. In that case, yeah, let's start annexing Mantua now. This is off the subject, so we're going to need to invest more in diplomatic spending again. So be it. Oh boy, that's going to take a long time to do. Lombard cultural influence versus cultural tradition. Oh, that's where the cultural influence comes in. Okay, there is actually something I can do about that. Once you're finished, we can get this one. Renaissance Court. You're upset again. Oh, you're in a war without the Overlord. How? Northern Dalmatia, Verona, and Lucca. Fighting against Naples. Alright, so boost my diplomatic spending just so I can get a diplomat quickly, and then I'll see if I can join you. Because if this is an opportunity to beat on my rival again, I will take that opportunity. Fort defense in Treviso. Treviso! Here's my main border town, it's that one. So if I ever get attacked from the north, like for example Tyrol, who did just rival me again, it's probably a good idea. So next month, I should be in a position to help Verona. And for once, we'll be the good guys. Probably. That'll be nice. Advanced researched. There we go. RGO size just increased, so probably places will need to start researching again. I wanted to get the Renaissance courts, which will increase cultural tradition and cultural influence. The Renaissance has spread far and wide, and as such our courts should now be filled with dedicated artists and scholars, seeking the most splendid works ever made. Actually, does that lead to anything unique? Considering who I am, it can do. It can go down to the Renaissance Prince. Skill of new artists. I've not been hiring any artists because we already have a whole bunch of cultural things. Got at the start of the game. So I feel like our society capabilities are already quite impressive. Our cultural capabilities, rather. Like, how does 90 compare to other people? I have no idea. Is this out of 100? Also, our prince looks quite dashing, if I may say so. This is true, he does. He is an entrepreneur, so extra trade efficiency, and a bold fighter. Army initiative plus 20%. Progress towards offensive. Nice. What's stopping men looking like this today? Good question. Right, so diplomacy I now have, so I can go to your country panel. What I was hoping to see was like join war. Naples is not the leader of attackers in the war. No, you're a defender. Verona is the one who's actually carrying this war as well. With her 8,000 troops. Still have no idea how on earth Verona got involved in this. Northern Dalmatia. So this whole thing is a war over this one province? Yep. Which can't even support the 19 troops they've raised. They won't be as disloyal if their army gets smashed in battle. True. That's very true. Right, let's drop the diplomatic spending again. What's about there? But automatically balances out. That's cool. England's currently stronger than France in terms of the 100 Years' War. They've integrated Normandy. We've improved relations with Verona as much as we can. The Verona-Lucca army still looks to be kicking ass and taking names. But once we've integrated Mantua, we can start actually connecting all of these territories, roads here in the north. Which at the moment we just don't have. There goes Bohemia. You actually going to be able to win this? You just took Aquilia. Oh no, 15,000 men just landed. Gained a core, Varallo. Cool. Meanwhile, I can actually build some things again. No, I'm trying to save money, aren't I? To go from Pavia. Structure, that's the page I want. To... which province are you actually in? Which will cost 193, so I will need 293 ducats to do that. Or I can just continue to invest in things like sand, because the price continues to rise. I think I'm going to do that. Let's get some more sand bits. Ally joined war. Verona has asked us to help them in the rebellion against Naples. Okay. Cool. Thank you for dragging me into the war that I had no part of. Let's get those two building. But hey, now we can beat up Naples, and we can do it in a mountain battle. So you know what? I'm okay with this. Rally the levies! To war! Verona has decided to call in Big Bad Milan. And Milan shall answer, damn it! Except my general has died. Brilliant timing. And I'm going to assume that you have automatically stopped ruling. Yes. Alright, 15,000 of us. Probably Giacomo. Although diplomacy is morale. Admin to logistics and siege ability. Let's get marching. Though we should probably rest up a little in front so that we can recover our strength. Organization. Let's move everything into the center and then I can just move around after that. Oops. Not actually leaving them here, I'm just putting them there for now. Cavalry. Alright, do I have any of the feudal specialists in any of these armies? I do not. So they must all be here in the middle. If I even have any. Peasant levies. Peasant levy. Well, at least they're peasant levy. I thought that I would have some men-at-arm levies, though. I did unlock them. We have some plated knights. Attack 4, speed 5, initiative 2, flanking double, shock damage received halved. Okay, they are really quite good. Unfortunately, I only have 100. Oh no, I have 500. Ah, okay, rather more than I thought. Well, in that case, how about I move the smaller units to the other flank? And then move the smaller units of infantry. Yeah, like so. Nice. So my flanks are really, really boosted up, but my centre has all of my men-at-arms and all of my crossbows. So you could be here with a very short window of opportunity when I have to stand here, regain my organisation, but you'd have to attack me now. You're leaving. Do I catch you? So good. Well then do that. Battle is joined. Okay. Let's see how these new units do. So this is us. Crossbowman. Peasant levy. Peasant levy. So one of the crossbows got into that fight. We have the cavalry on the flanks. They have no cavalry whatsoever in this fight. Yeah, I really don't understand how crossbows work. We should have had both my crossbow units here in the front rank. Because it kind of feels like the stuff the crossbows do, cavalry just does better. Cavalry suffers fighting in the mountains. True, but because we control this fort, these mountains are actually on our side. Oh man, this is a -3. Oh, this is going to be horrible for them. Yeah, and it is. See, if crossbowmen provided a portion... Like, if there were 3 ranks, I think that what this game needs is 3 combat ranks instead of just the 1. Maybe 2 once artillery comes in. Front rank, melee. Second rank, ranged. Third rank, artillery. Then basically the first rank gets phased out over time. Or you could have like line infantry, skirmish infantry, line infantry, cannons in the future. But yeah, this is why I was fairly confident moving into this battle, even though I was low on organisation, morale, whatever they call it. There we go. 4,700 dead versus my 1,000. They gained a lot of army tradition for that. I mean, they have a lot of lessons to learn. We may as well seize the initiative here. Died. He was a cabinet minister. So we need to bring in another... Oh! Members of the clergy can't lead armies. It's only nobles, burghers, and crown. So clergy and commoners cannot lead armies. So in that case, there is absolutely no reason for me not to use Silvestro in this position, even though he's freaking godlike. But he's a member of the clergy, so he can't lead the army. You know what? I think we finally found someone who would legitimately be an amazing head of the cabinet. I don't think there's ever going to be a reason for me to try to replace you. Which will give 25% more cabinet efficiency for everyone. Works for me. Do need to save up to 350 ducats to do that though, because it's not cheap. Split this force in half. Yes, let's. And this army can be. Take command of that one. They can move over in this direction to hopefully intercept. Well, actually, it kind of depends where they're going. If you're going for Aquilia, then that's totally fine by me. I will kick your ass. Where's Pajama? Let's get to the pickles. Chill out there, regain your organization. Oops. Specialists in the center. So there's no real reason for me not to go and attack you. 15 prestige, wow. By assisting our nobility in confining the serfs to their lands, we have greatly enriched the landed nobility. A wealthy nobility is one that can devote time to life's higher pursuits. The lesser sons of any house of respect will count a great number of loyal and able artists, administrators, and other men of quality among their scions. Some are quite easy to pay the state back for the services done to the families. One of these, Alberto Stozzi, has recently arrived at the court to offer his services to the duchy. 15 prestige. Prestige is kind of skyrocketing. For no real reason. If we wanted to hire an artist, now would be the time to do it.
Raiding party!
Tokriva, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? How did your stream go? Let me guess, you were playing EU5. What's this battle looking? Oh! When you zoom in on a battle, it slows the speed down. When you zoom out of the battle, it speeds up again. That's kind of cool. We are once again kicking their ass. Hard. Yep, 2,600 casualties for my 600. I once again, however, forgot to check to see the difference in military capability between the two of us. And also, am I carrying this war? Yes. Yes, I am. As the Netherlands, colonizing big time. Nice. Et contre. Did you know it's hard to find flour in the country you're playing as? Whenever you're asked where they are, they say, Milan, no. Terrible. What was that? I've never ever seen anyone opposing one of these. Let's Start law debate, ends with free electorate. Allow self-voting. Sure. I'm a little bit curious to see where their armies are. Found them. Where are you fighting? Yes, what's here? Don't worry. Milan's got your back. Which has been won. +6. Oh, ticking war score for the defender. Why? Just because ticking war score. Well, no. Ticking war score for the defender. What's the war goal? Guess I have to take this. Can I even get there? No, I can't. So I guess I'll just take out the rest of Naples instead. Brazil colony is 180,000 people, 13 colonies are 240, just a few more, just above 100. Nice. Currently, arquebuses are a direct downgrade from their previous unit. Thinking of arquebus versus handgunner, but that's an upgrade of the crossbow. Crossbow is an archer unit, though. Handguns, I don't think are, because they're available in the same age. Because you've got crossbows are here, handgunners are here. Infantry unit. $100 damage, 150 chance of joining a battle, and they do 10% more morale damage. Versus crossbows. 1, 2, it's the same, where it's just negatives. So yeah, handgunners are better, except for the fact that, hang on, no, this is men-at-arms versus handguns. And men-at-arms are just better. I'm really not understanding the differences of infantry here. From the three of these, men-at-arms are just better. They have more resistances. They do more damage and they take less. Like, they really need to come back and return the different pips. So more fire damage, fire resist, shock resist. Or, better yet, they need a system like CK, where you have shock damage. What are the different types? Close combat, ranged, pursuit, and toughness. Or something like that. Which is a bit more readable. A bit more understandable, like first glance type thing. Handguns do more morale damage, but go slower into the battle. Crossbows have a chance to hit first. And that first hit thing seems crap. Seeing as I had 2 crossbows in that previous battle, one of which made it into the first rank. And then when they are in the first rank, they take more damage, and they do less damage. It's not a good combo. I'm just not understanding why you would ever want to use crossbows. At least, yeah, the handguns do the morale damage. I think I'd still rather take the damage resist. But at least that seems a bit more of a choice. Where are you off to? Trying to get Gaisha back. Let's go and stop you. Peace. Oh, Verona took a bunch of things. Took all of the Dalmatian stuff and also a bit down here. Okay, interesting. You may want crossbows because you don't have access to saltpeter. How does one get saltpeter? Because I have a gunsmith. I have access to guns because I have iron. Saltpeter Guild, which uses pottery and livestock. Everyone has access to that. Yeah, clay, lumber and tools. Oh no, not this again. Fuck, why did you have to go through Genoa? Ah! Damn it! Yep, my army is now stuck here in Genoa. Oh wait, full retreat. Shattered retreat back to safety, cannot be interrupted in any way. Full retreat, reduce the army by half. But it got it out of Genoa at least. Nope. At least I didn't need to pay for their replacements, because now it's starting to get expensive. Manpower, at least I can just replace. Research complete. Renaissance Court is done. Cultural tradition is resistance, power projection, culture capacity. I don't need any of those. Trade range, maybe. Allow handguns. Allow the cannon maker. Noble satisfaction equilibrium. Considering how I'm boosting the aristocracy at the moment, that is probably a good move. The nobility know that they are simply better than normal people and will give their loyalty to those who are worthy. If we confirm their privileges, they will of course remember our largesse and be more resistant to the inducements of foreign powers. Whoa, I have a lot of money. Verona actually made me kind of rich. Cool. Let's build some stuff. Starting with RGOs. Because these are basically just free money. And then let's do some libraries. And then some bridges. Cremona. Treviso. Monza. Piacenza. Parma. And then let's do some marketplaces. And then some market villages. Of which we actually have quite a few candidates now. That'll do. Okay. A billion different things getting built. Goodbye to all of the surpluses that we had. My proletariat blood was burning when I read that. Oh yeah, and roads. I should have done some roads. Well, now that we have all of this in construction, it's going to take us a while to get all of that done. So roads can basically be the next project. This come up more than once where armies just get stuck. I mean, the other option is, yeah, make them into a mercenary, hire them out to other people. In fact, I should probably maybe do that when I'm not thinking of going to war with anyone for a while. Be a good source of income. So all of the other RGOs are done. Just need Bardi to finish accumulating. I feel like this army is broken. So I should probably just disband them. I wonder if there's a console command to give myself the money back. Because at this point that would be 80, 160, 240... 310, 380 ducats in soldiers that I've just lost. There's a console command for that, actually. Oh, you have to exit and turn on debug. Ugh. Like in CK. Whatever. There's also the loss of drill, which is annoying. Well, in that case, I think I'm just going to get men-at-arms. Let's go with Milan. What did I see? Nobility demand increased pensions. Lose 90 ducats, gain estate satisfaction, or they lose state satisfaction. Unfortunately, I just spent all the money because I have no army. Ah, and of course you get me when... Ah! I'm going to debug it just for frickin' that. I don't have to take out a loan and pay up the extra interest for something that I would have been able to afford natively. How much did I say it was? 300 and... say it's 350. Five. Close. Oh, it can be started in the launcher. Cool Slinky coming in with the 74-month resub. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there. Much appreciated. I just started the game without doing the launcher thing. God damn it. This is just infuriating. Hang on, it's because there is no launcher. This is the launcher. Where's debug mode? Yeah, I'm not looking for mods, I'm looking for debug mode. Game settings on the left. Open game and debug mode. Wiki says you can do it in the launcher. And that is the launcher because there is no launcher anymore. It's all in game. Properties. Launch option. Debug. Well, at least it loads a lot faster now than it used to. Also, this screen doesn't jerk anymore. Oh, now it does. Oh no, it's because it was changing screen. Now it's joking. This is what I meant. The new way they do debug mode has me shaking my head in frustration. I do not disagree. Alright, so how do I give myself money? Cash. That's currency, cash. Yeah, but how much? Did it? And then debug off. Once you've turned it off, you can't turn it on again, which is infuriating. And then I can also replace my other units that I lost. So it was the 2 men-at-arms and technically 2 crossbows. We're basically just going to go back to where we were previously. They both get promoted, so we'll do that. Okay, so we recruited everything that we had. More or less. Go back to where we were. Except for the fact that we've lost a bunch of... what was the word? Experience. Who do we want to put in command? Probably you. Stuff. Suddenly the French army appears. Ah! There should still be one more unit in training. Apparently not. Now there is. Okay, price of sand has gone down slightly. Price of lumber seems to be much the same. Stone and masonry are very, very cheap in this area. Effectively halfway through the Age of Renaissance. Flourishing trade of Italy. With the efforts of Rome in Italy, the trade of the region is flourishing. Our Burkers are very happy with the state of affairs and have secured their interest in the region. Plus 20 trade advantage in general. And I do have sufficient funds to do some more things. Are there any other major buildings I want to get? Like maybe the Royal Garden, the extra diplomats. 150 that cost. No, the roads. I wanted to build the road to Clouzone, didn't I? Which is 217, so I need to save up to 300. And 20-ish. Coming of age! Katerina has come of age. She's the one that's not an idiot, isn't she? Yes. I would love to have a way of making her the heir. Or at least disinherit these two idiots. Well, this one's not terrible. She's at least shrewd. Which is not nearly as good as gifted. But I would very much like to disinherit Elizabeta. Married to Karl von Habsburg. Although, the elder Karl... Sorry, wait. Why is younger Karl the heir, but he's not? Oh, different branches of the family, probably. I would say that's a pretty damn good match. Sure. Meanwhile, finances are going up nicely. Also, wow, we're 31st. Not too shabby, not too shabby at all. Really want the Snato. We're almost at 1 million. So close. And there's the 300k. Alright, let's get that road to Luzon going. There's the noble estate's satisfaction equilibrium. Shall we get handgunners and cannons? Yes, I think we should. Handgunners wield a new type of gunpowder-filled weapon that fires deadly lead shells, wreaking havoc on enemy lines. Though they need to be fully protected, the handguns are very slow to reload. So, basically the same as crossbows then. Reconciling differences. Republican Mantua gains opinion of Milan. Sometimes, when countries have different types of governments, they just don't understand each other fully. With our competent diplomats, we have reconciled the differences with one of our neighbours. The one that we are annexing. Now there it is, 1 million population. A grave insult. Denmark? They will learn to pay for this. What they could do is make handgunners miss out every other battle round. Don't know how they would do it. Would be a way to balance them. I feel like they've just missed a real opportunity to make an interesting battle system. With units, different stats and stuff like that. That was always one of the least interesting parts of EU4. And if anything, they've taken a step back with EU5 on that front. That's one of the things I really do like about CK3, is their combat system is probably the most interesting combat system we've got. And that's coming from a Hearts of Iron dev. I mean, I do like the formation system. Like, the fact that you have the flanks and everything, that's cool. But these units should have way more stats than just combat power. Like, that's doing so much heavy lifting right now. Yes, they do have these, but it should be more of these, and then these impacting that too. They went a really, really safe way for the combat system. Yeah, I know. It also unfortunately means that there's just not going to be that much variation between how different nations fight, which is, again, missed opportunity. Flank systems like March of the Eagles liked it more in March of the Eagles. You could also give flank commanders. That's how it works in CK3. You have flank commanders in CK. What's that CK2? CK3 you have just the one commander, don't you? But then you also have the knights, which are named characters fighting in the battle. I think there are still flanks, though. In fact, I'm fairly sure there are. Did I just get a new heir? Did I just get a new heir? Oh, I did! And he's not an idiot. Cool. Honestly, could have done CK3 system, take the knights out and have officers from CK2. Yeah. Officers would have been interesting, especially because you now have a character system for the cabinet and stuff. And there are way more characters here than I'm ever going to use. Like 3 in the cabinet and 1 or 2 generals. It's 5. So having them as army officers, naval task force officers. There's a lot more you could do with the character system in this. Sure. Province governors. Basically a way of automating regions rather than having them be full vassals. Actually, let's take a look at the RGOs that are available. You're still negative. Martin is actually good to go, so is Pavia. You're already filled out. How are we doing in terms of firearms? Oh, Tools Guilds. You know what? No, we want Tools Guilds. We like those. Is there any other major projects I should be trying to save up for? Yes, I should try to get the Royal Garden. By try, I mean I should just build a Royal Garden. Those one-off country buildings tend to be quite strong. Are there any more temples available? Now that I know that they increase control. No. Can I build a castle? Yes. But how do I upgrade? Oh, castles provide 2 full levels. Yeah, they do. Meanwhile, stability is hit 50 again, so let's drop the amount that we're investing in stability improvements. Diplomatic spending, as long as this doesn't piss off Verona. Actually, Verona should really like us, seeing as we just bailed them out of a major war and let them expand quite dramatically. Yeah, I don't need any diplomatic spending now. Nobody is upset. 32 ducats in profit. Get in. Well, let's see if there's any other bridges that need building. Because spoilers, there are. Let's do this by population. Let's do them by... Wait, which is a cap... You're a location. You're also a location, but what kind of location? Is square or circle province capital? Squares are, because I know Bergamo is a capital. Good government policies. There is widespread support amongst the commoners and the nobility of the current policies. Indeed, they are being magnified well beyond their actual efficiency as proof of the government's goodwill and interest in the welfare of the duchy. Well, I have 100 legitimacy, I have 50 stability. I think I might actually just take the money. Ka-ching. Which lets me build some more bridges. Square's a town, silver is the province capital. Ah. So what's the difference between a square and a circle? Which I'm now not seeing, but you just saw them in the building list. Circle's a location. Ah, and the location's what, like a village? Or just a unnamed province? Well, it's a named province, but no... It's not urban, it's rural. There we go, that's what I'm saying. It's a rural place. Well, we're putting bridges everywhere. Which they even cost. Masonry and lumber, both of which I have plenty of, so that is fine. Okay, that's us connected. And we know that there were no temples that need doing. Library? Libraries we can do more of. Even more trade advantage. Aha! And handgunners. I'll come back to that. So handgunners are another type of infantry unit that do the extra shock damage. Sorry, morale damage. They consume more food and they have less combat speed. Cool. Let's get one in Milan. My army maintenance is definitely rising. There we go, we've got our first handguns. Guido del Torre died. Ruler's distant cousin, heir to country. Doesn't say what country though. Got a full loading animation too. What's it like a bazooka? Bam! It's kind of cool. I kind of want more of them just for more of that animation. I think I should probably also get a camp follower just so that we have the food supply. Let's have that coming from Versailles. The Burghers of Vercelli The Burkers of Vercelli, an increasingly important trading town, have approached the Duke today, asking to be granted greater powers in order to make the region thrive. So the Burkers gain state satisfaction, local Burker privileges, which increases power. Or they just straight up lose a bunch of estate satisfaction. How long do they get that for? 20 years. And what does Vercelli do? It is a rice production place. Where is state control here? There it is. Right, tax base, excuse me, goes to different estates who are then taxed by us. Crown taxes, I think, is purely on the buildings that we ourselves own. Something like that. No idea if that actually went up or not. Meanwhile, we have another research thing, which is going to be a cannon maker, I think, so we can actually start building cannon. And then after that, we can get the Hoofnies. 3 combat power, 5%. Oh, that's siege ability, isn't it? They will use more supplies. These short-barreled guns were mounted on wagons and used in the field of battle to fire balls and canisters. I think it actually means to fire balls and canisters in support of the infantry. But still, fireballs sounds better. Speaking of settlements, have I built all of my settlements? Nope, I have not. I didn't even know that was a thing. Let's build the settlements. Where even was that? Here. That's like in my starting area. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I cast fireballs! Now, manpower regain is quite slow, so I think we're virtually at our cap in terms of what we can produce at the moment. We might be able to build more armories. Oh yeah, we can. Lots more. Not at the moment. I think our standing army is already quite significantly larger than is common for this era. We're still pretty reliant on the levies. Arm the armories. A visit from shady people. No, I refuse. Refuse. But on that note, I think I'm going to end this one here, as I could already feel my voice is starting to fizzle a little bit. And this feels like a good stopping point. So thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button to get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've really enjoyed this and you would like to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. Helps the channel out. Lets me do more of this kind of content. You can, of course, not always hating water. I have seen him take a sip. Hey, Valiant. I do sometimes. This is true. Cheers. Yeah, so thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. Hit the follow button. Subscribe if you are able and you want to support the channel further, or if you're on the uptubs, then subscribing is, the natural thing to do. Do have a Discord, which is where the community hangs out. They're a cool bunch, and it's always a pleasure to see some new faces there. So come join us, say hello, you'll be more than welcome. All of those details are in chat, thank you Macho, or in the description below if you're watching the uptubs. I think that's it for me. Next week, let's double check my plans, because this next week is a busy one. Because on the 20th of November, that is on Thursday, No Compromise, No Surrender will release, so it's going to be available to everyone. I might see if I can stream it on Wednesday. I believe that's when the embargoes are up. Although generally for things I've been working on, I don't like doing pre-release things. So I might just do that one post-release, so probably over the weekend. I'm busy Saturday evening, but I am here Saturday afternoon and Sunday. So yes, there should be streams next weekend as well. So that's almost certainly going to be hard to find, where I can finally show off the Philippines work I've been working on for the past year. I'm really excited to show you guys that, actually. Really excited. Anyway, that's all. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you all next weekend. Until then, bye-bye. No compromise, no surrender!